First of all, I see people are already adding their names and affiliation in the chat. That's great. Please keep doing that. We want to make sure everyone has had a chance to introduce themselves in chat. I think we can go to the next slide so we can talk about being on Zoom together, which we've been doing, many of us have been doing for a while now. So for some people, this might be old hat, but for others, maybe this is something new. And we also might have a variety of different types of devices that people are using in order to connect with us today. So first of all, I see that we have a big meeting. We have a lot of people here. So it's going to be important that everybody is on mute. That is what will allow us to hear our speakers and be able to have uninterrupted time together. So please mute your microphone. Please, we'd love to have your camera on, whether we're on the main stage or in our breakout groups, and be mindful that your camera is on and that we can see your shiny face. And we're really happy to be able to do that. Between the 8:30 and 9 o'clock hour, there was a couple polls that came up. So for audience participation, we're going to have more of those. So we're going to have polls. We're going to have a few different interactive tools. We're going to do breakout groups later. So please participate in these. This is really, this is our event together. And having everybody's participation is a really key and important part of what we're doing here today. And in that vein, please ask questions and join in the discussion on chat. We're really hoping to see a lively chat and lots of questions from the audience and everybody being able to participate in that way. We got some good practice this morning using Zoom reactions. So for anybody who wasn't here, if you look down at your menu on Zoom along the bottom on the right-hand side, you have your reactions bar, and that's where you can raise your hand. You can do thumbs up. There's all kinds of things you can do there. That's a great way of showing support for what you're hearing or indicating that you have a question. So please feel free to use those reactions as we move through the program today. And then the last thing I'll note is we'd love it if you share your experience. So we have the hashtag #CleanJustJobs, and please use that to post on social media and share this experience with others. We also have this live streaming on YouTube, so people can interact with the program in that way as well. I want to note that we have a great team managing the back end of the summit. Grace Kaufman, Renee John, Adrian Wren, Jesse Flores, Isa Avancenia, and Caitlin Blockus. Thank you for the work that you're doing. They're going to be monitoring the chat, sharing screens, launching polls, managing our breakout. So if you need technology support, please see one of these people and they can help you. Next, I'd like to welcome our elected officials or their representatives who have joined us today. So welcome to Councilmember Eric Guerra and Councilmember Mai Vang, who we'll hear from in the program later on. Welcome Jeff Harris, from this Councilmember from the City of Sacramento, Julia Burrows and Andrew Jeho from the Office of the Mayor of Darrell Steinberg, Philip Norton from the Office of Ami Berra, and Kip Lipper from the Office of the California Senate Pro Tem. Let's move to the next slide, please. And the next one. We're going to go back to breakout rooms and we'll give you those instructions later. I want to talk just a little bit about what to expect at the summit. So this summit is really focused on how will our region create access to high quality jobs in the clean economy as we move to a lower carbon economy. So we're going to dive into this issue throughout the summit today, but I want to make just a couple high level remarks about this. So first of all, one of the reasons this is a really important thing to be talking about is thinking about the changing workforce needs. So whether you're thinking about the impact that the pandemic has had or the role that technology is playing in the way that jobs are changing, there's a lot of change going on in our workforce right now in the skills that we need and the jobs that are available. And so this is a critically important time to be thinking about what are those needs and how are they changing. Second, climate change is as both a threat and an opportunity. So our region is experiencing the impact of climate change, and we see that through heat and all kinds of other impacts that are happening as a result of climate change. And this also serves as an opportunity for us. So, as we adapt to what's going on with climate change, we need to be thinking about how that aligns with our workforce and how we align with the policy, with emerging policy from California, looking at adapting to climate change. And then finally, it's a critically important time to be creating access for workforce and creating a clean environment and a clean and safe environment in our neighborhoods. And so when we think about being inclusive and making sure that we have an equity lens as we think about climate change and as we think about the workforce, that's going to be a critically important part of our summit today. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so what to expect today in terms of what our program is going to look like. The first thing we're going to do is share some community perspective. So we're going to hear from people that are in the field, in job training programs and navigating the system, looking at clean economy jobs and hear what their experience is. And that's going to really ground our whole summit in what is the lived experience of people who are in this pipeline. Next, we're going to share some baseline understandings of climate, of kind of clean economy jobs, and of justice. And we're going to have some speakers that are going to walk us through understanding those three concepts. And then we're going to look at regional and statewide priorities when it comes to these topics. And finally, we're going to focus in on some key sectors. And that's going to be climate smart agriculture, the built environment, and mobility. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so this is our first opportunity to do some audience interactions. We're going to have a Zoom poll come up for you. And here it is. So what sector do you represent? General public, an activist, education, workforce, nonprofit, public agency, or private sector? And choose the one that best fits. You might, more than one of these categories might apply to you, but choose the hat that you're wearing today for this event. We'll wait for those to come in and then we will share the results of that poll. And if you just joined us and you haven't yet introduced yourself in the chat, please make sure to do that. All right, and can we see the results? Are we ready for that? All right, so it looks like we have a pretty even makeup. So with the highest being the public agency at 33%, quite a few in nonprofit at 28%. Got a couple are evenly matched in education and workforce. And we also have some members who identify as activists and people from the general public. So it's great. It's good to know who's in the room with us. And I believe we have a second poll. All right, this is important for us because we want to make sure that we're delivering on this event. So what would you like to take away from this event? A better understanding of workforce efforts, better understanding of climate impacts, a better understanding of environmental justice, better understanding of clean economy jobs, better understanding of community perspective of climate and jobs, or something else? All right, let's turn the poll around and see what people are looking to see. We have the highest is the better understanding of community perspective of climate and jobs. Great. Next up is a better understanding of clean economy jobs. Oh, not actually, that's not true. Next up is a better understanding of workforce efforts and then clean economy jobs. So great, I think these are all topics that are going to be well covered, and we'll make sure that we come back to check that out. And if you have something else that you would like to take away from this event, if you checked other, then please feel free to share that in the chat. All right, let's go to the next slide. All right, so we're going to be doing polls throughout our program today. But now it really is my pleasure to turn this over to Sacramento City Council member Eric Guerra. This summit wouldn't be possible without Councilmember Guerra's passion and vision. He is an immigrant, farm worker, an advocate for environmental justice, and found a path through science by achieving a degree in electrical and electronic engineering and a master's in public policy administration at Sacramento State. Councilmember Guerra has served on the board of the Sacramento Metro Air Quality Management District since 2016. and has been serving as chair of the board for 2 years now. During that time, he has spearheaded the collaboration and development of the California Mobility Center, advocated for awareness of California Clean Air Day, and has proudly represented air quality needs of underserved communities throughout his time on the board. Councilmember Guerra proposed the idea of this summit because he recognized the opportunity that our region is facing with our growing green economy and a need for a robust workforce to support it. Please join me in welcoming Councilmember Eric Guerra.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Evan. Let's all use our reactions here and give Evan a big round of applause here, or we can also give her a big heart too. I love this emoji here. Exciting, everybody. Hope everybody's got their coffee. Today is a beautiful, beautiful day, and I'm excited that everyone here is joining us for the Climate Justice and Jobs Summit, bringing all of these critical points of view together. And as I look out the window here, man, the sun is out, it's bright. And if you go to sparetheair.com, I just put it up on our chat here, check out the chat. You could tell that the air quality index for our PM 2.5 is at 29. What a great air condition to be at. Now, so that gives us a lot of energy about what we're talking about today. That's the kind of environment and kind of place we want to be at. But we are facing very unprecedented challenges across the world and across our region here, from mass unemployment to the threats of climate change. And I want to underscore this by saying a little bit about, looking back in my little history here. I was born in this little village in Mexico, in Michoacan, up in the Sierra Madres, which comes down from Tahoe all the way to the south area, nationally recognized for the continental migration of the majestic monarch butterflies. And we all know that those unfortunate impacts on climate change have affected that population, dwindling in tragic numbers. But we don't have to go that far to actually see those effects. I mean, just last year, we saw the dramatic effects of our wildfires in the areas, creating these this terrible air quality levels that reached over 400. I started off today by talking about how our air quality levels are at 2.9 today. At 29 today. But we had those 400 levels for weeks. And to just underscore the point, the beginning of poor air starts at the air quality level of 50. Now, I'm just using this as spare the air to show everyone to keep an eye on that, but it underscores where we could be. And now that our communities, many of our communities that live along the freeways before the pandemic and even going further, we knew very well that those communities, our environmental justice communities that live along some of these major freeways like Meadowview, North Sac, moving up into the East County, are all impacted by our ozone, by our particulates, by these massive impacts of our environment. And the heat island effect that happens in some of our central cities doesn't stay there. We know that the prevailing winds have pushed those out into Citrus Heights and into Roseville and other areas, exacerbating their challenges. And as we look at rebuilding our economy, we as a state need to adapt. And as a city, we need to take advantage of the opportunities to become a clean energy hub to meet these needs. Now, Sacramento has been given the opportunity to reshape our city, and our region has had the opportunity to come together to look at how we can create new paying jobs and clean energy and to meet our environmental needs. We have some tremendous needs here in our region. And as chair of the Metro Air District, I'm proud to announce that our region, through our collective effort, have worked now to create the largest electric school bus fleet in the nation. But we could be leading in the development of those solutions, in the jobs of those solutions, and the purchasing of those solutions here locally versus from other regions. Finding solutions will require a robust workforce and collective thinking and real political solutions, which is why all of you are here today, why we all need you to play an active role in this. Now, we're holding this event, the Climate Justice Jobs event, because climate justice means placing an emphasis on sustainable communities and bringing attention to the needs of those areas. Clean jobs created in Sacramento should be filled by a well-trained, diverse, and local workforce, advocating for more women, people of color, to enter in historically disenfranchised industries and communities. Innovation in the field of clean energy will develop a lot of middle-class jobs. I know just from my experience in moving into the understanding the field of electrical engineering, that these are great opportunities for many folks to build a stronger or more resilient workforce. Now, I'm excited again about this event. I've been thinking about this for a long time, about how we partner and place everything together. Sacramento is the perfect place for innovation and a perfect place for a hub of innovation, thanks to our central location, growing population, and great resources and partners in this area like all of you today. And in today's conversation, I'd like you to think about our region. Our region is urban. It's also suburban and rural. So we can lead in many ways. We are the heart and center of a lot of our agricultural area as well, and the technology area of many of our educational institutions. Our future as a city and region, and as a state, relies on creating jobs in renewable energy, energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, advanced transportation, and much, much more. I want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to remind everyone that there will be gift cards again if you stay throughout the event, so stay engaged. We're going to be supporting our local businesses here. And also want to drop in the chat a little bit of information about Sacramento's clean energy efforts. So, use the chat function here. I'm going to put it right here in the chat and paste that, enter there. There's some background there and information there. We're also, a nice little article about rewiring America's culture for the workforce. I'm going to drop that into the chat here. A nice little resource for folks to look up and say, hey, this is a way for us to be engaged and be more educated. And finally, check out this episode to hear about the importance of switching to clean energy. It's great that Evan mentioned some of our elected officials and folks who are joining us here today. I want to recognize a longtime member of the Air District and involved in a lot of other environmental efforts here is Councilmember Jeff Harris, who is also an early adopter and advocate for electric vehicle charging, and was the one who always is challenging us to look at how we switch to clean energy. I also want to thank some of our planning commissioners. I see Commissioner Kendra Macias-Reed, who are looking at how we plan our city. And finally, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a council member who's coming from the world of education, who has been on the ground, leading the effort on social justice as well in our Meadowview and South Sac area, and former school board member of the Sac Unified School District. Here we have Councilmember Mai Vang here, who also is a former graduate of the Center for Land-Based Learning, a program here that has been focused on how we look at this collective work. She's going to be our facilitator for the next portion here and has firsthand experience. We hope that this opening session will ground each of us. Please keep these stories and challenges in mind throughout the working session of this summit, because this is why we're here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome our council member here, Mai Vang. Good morning, Mai.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Guerra. Hello, everyone. It is bright, sunny, beautiful in Sacramento. I'm so honored to be here today, to be in virtual space with all of you. I have my tea right here in my superhero cup to make sure that I'm energized for the day. I just first want to give a shout out to all the partners that made today's event possible that you heard from earlier today. And just want to thank Councilmember Guerra for his vision and his leadership to make this summit a reality. I know it is 9:22 and we were supposed to start this panel at 9:10, so I'm just going to jump right in, but definitely want to say a few words and want to bring our young people onto the stage. And I want to just dive right in. I'm just so incredibly honored to join all of y'all today to help move our region to climate justice and jobs. Our region's response right now in this critical moment will determine the roadmap for racial equity, for access to quality and clean economy jobs as we move to a low carbon economy. We also know that climate change will seriously impact employment across economic sectors and regions. So what we do now in this moment does matter to truly build a diverse pipeline to create the type of workforce that is reflective of our community and meet the demands. So joining me today is an amazing group of graduates from diverse backgrounds who have completed or they're currently participating in a workforce training and development program in the region. So I'm super excited for them to be here today to share their experiences, but most importantly, their stories with us, so that as we listen, we can really learn how to meet at this moment. As a daughter of Hmong refugees and growing up in poverty, like many youth in our city, I didn't have access and opportunities, but it was safety net programs and youth and workforce programs run by community-based organization that gave me the opportunity to see the world beyond Sacramento. Councilmember Guerra mentioned I was a part of the Center for Land-Based Learning. Before that, you know, growing up in South Sac, I had never seen the ocean, never seen the rivers around us, and being part of Center for Land-Based Learning, their SLUS program, really provided me an opportunity to see the world outside of Sacramento, but also to learn to be a good steward of the land. So I'm super excited about all the young folks that are here today. So let me just go and jump right in and read their bio. So Angie Cha holds a bachelor's degree in park management with a focus in outdoor education and a minor in business administration from Sac State. Go Hornets. Her experience working in a small garden at Grant High School as a youth garden leader with Grant's environmental organization led her here today. Right now, she is a naturalist at the FE Natural Center, where she leads interpretive walks, and she talks about native wildlife within the Sacramento region. Really excited for her to share her story. Braceta Perez Guzman is currently a student at American River College studying parks and recreation. She has always loved being outdoors ever since she was young, and now she's studying to learn more about it. And so I'm super excited to hear from her as well. Neo Nela, I hope I said that right, Leo Nela. She is currently working at the Sacramento Chinese Community Service Center as a team leader. She currently works with grades K through 6 and took interest in working with children because her experience with Geo Academy with 5th graders really helped solidify that. And I'm really excited to hear about her experience as well. I know that what she does, what she shared with us, that she helps young folks really explore the outdoors and healthy eating. Ty Bradford is a farmer in West Sacramento at the Ferry Ginger Farms. He's 19 years old and is currently working to become an entrepreneur. And I would say he's probably an entrepreneur now. He graduated from Daler High School in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic. And some of his hobbies include playing basketball, doing research, making music. And as he shared with us, he's an incredibly hard worker and doesn't take anything for granted. Carlos Gomez works as a construction and design specialist at Grid Alternatives in Sacramento. He actually participated in the Solar Corps Construction Fellowship in 2019, and Carlos received his bachelor's in global studies from UC Riverside and previously worked in construction and demolition industry. Abraham Francis, Abe for short, is a student with Green Tech Education and Employment, where he works on urban farms and has trained in aquaponics, farming, construction, and other fields. He served as a member of the Stockton Boulevard Resident Planning Team and was recently appointed to the Sacramento Youth Commission representing District 6. Terry Jackson is an OSHA 10 certified student with Green Tech who is preparing for graduation at Discovery High School. He possesses a huge personal interest in the subject of climate preservation, and Terry has been able to be part of numerous community events around climate change and climate justice. And lastly, Sonia Montgomery. Sonia is a graduate of the 2018 California Farm Academy, which is a beginning farmer training program with the Center for Land-Based Learning that I spoke about earlier. And Sonia is incredibly passionate about healthy soil. Her goal is really, her own goal is really to operate her own organic farm one day. And so with that, that is our panel. I'm super excited, y'all, to have you here and really having our young people set the tone for this, this summit, right? The future is now and the future is you. It's each and every one of you on this panel and all our young folks. And so we're just gonna jump right in. I just want to say, you know, if you have a questions, please put that in the Q&A. I believe Grace and Valley Vision is facilitating all the questions. So I'm going to try to facilitate this and read some questions at the same time. Also, I want to say, please do give hella love in the chat box for our panelists or give Zoom reactions. Make sure that we're showing support for our young people. I think it's so brave for them to be up here, to be able to share their lived experience, what's working, what's not working. So we as adults can listen and learn from them. So we're just going to jump right in. And so I know we're on Zoom, so I know the panelists are all over. There's about 118 on here. And maybe what we'll do is I'll go around and call your name. But the first question for our panelists is, one, I know I was able to share a little bit about your bio, but I want you to share a little bit, elaborate a little bit more, things that I didn't cover. So if you can share a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and the most important question, what is your walkout song? And for our audience, please type in your walkout song in the chat box. I want this to be as interactive as possible. So for our young folks, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and what is your walk song before we go in it to talk about the programs that you're part of. So with that, I'm gonna start. We're gonna go backward because I started with Angie first. So let's go with Sonia. Sonia, are you on? Let's see.
Sorry, I was muted.
All good. Hi, Sonia.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, so I've been a little sick the last few days, and so I'm kind of in recovery mode right now. I haven't had a chance to really stop and prepare, but just a little bit about myself. I come from a family of 10. I am the youngest of 8 children, and I grew up in Oxnard, California. And it's a small farming community in Ventura County, California. And I got my start really in my backyard, farming and helping my mom with vegetables and things like that. But I went to Cal Poly University in Pomona, where I studied horticulture and agriculture. I graduated from there. I went to work for Disney. I actually came back and worked for Cal Poly, and then I went to work for the city of Fontana. And yeah, go Broncos. Just looking at the chat there, sorry. So yeah, I was working for the city of Fontana for a while as their landscape inspector, and just decided I needed to be in the field. And so I left Fontana after about 9 years or so, and started working on farms. I just started volunteering on farms all across the country, ended up in New York on a farm, and then I came back here to sign up for the Center for Land-Based Learning. So that's kind of my history. After I left the City for Land-Based Learning, I purchased some land in Mariposa County, and I've been trying to get my farm going ever since then. So I need more time to think about my walkout song, because it's got to be something pretty.
all good, Sonia, and I'll make sure to come back to you as well.
Okay.
So thank you so much for sharing just briefly about and I know we're going to dive right into the programs too. So thank you so much. So we'll circle back. Terry, are you on? Loved you to share a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and what is your walkout song?
I think he's having a little bit of trouble getting in.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh.
It's just my camera's not really working.
Okay, go ahead, Terry.
But yeah, I'm Terry Jackson. I'm living in Sacramento right now. And yeah, the only reason I'm here is because of Green Tech, and they've recently been able to show me a little bit more of the green side, I guess. Having to do with climate and farming and a bunch of stuff like that. So yeah, they've really shown me a new interest that I didn't even know I had until I started doing stuff with them. So yeah, I got a bit of an entrepreneurial interest too, because I got a business that I'm trying to form right now. So, and I mean, it's called Omni Operations, and pretty much specializes in operations, everything. So yeah.
That's awesome, Terry. That's awesome, Terry. And if you have information on it, definitely drop that in the chat box for sure.
For sure, definitely.
So what's your walkout song?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, we'll come back to you too, Terry. Sonia's gonna have some time to think about it. So Abe, why don't you share with us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what your walkout song is?
Yeah, so like you said, I'm Abe, 16. I've lived in Southeast Sacramento for about 15 years. But I'm 16, so I was born on the East Coast. For my walkout song, maybe All Right by Kendrick Lamar. I don't know. I listen to a lot of music, so it'd be hard for me to specify.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That's awesome, Abe. And it could be your walkout sound for today, right? The walkout song might change tomorrow, but whatever song that you're feeling in this moment. Thanks so much, Abe, for sharing. And I know we're going to go into a little bit more about the programs that y'all have been involved with. Carlos, won't you share with us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and what your walk song is?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I was born in Redlands, California, down in Southern California, and then moved up to Red Bluff, California, lived up there about a decade, and then went back down to college at UC Riverside. My walkout song, pretty much anything that's lo-fi, hip hop music, instrumental beats, like that stuff. Yeah, and like I really enjoyed volunteering during the fellowship. Great Alternatives, really liked the mission and the work that the organization was doing, and that's why I kept rocking and rolling and became a staff member at the North Valley office in Sacramento.
That's awesome. Thanks so much, Carlos, for sharing. Ty Bradford, are you up? Are you here?
No, Ty's working at Fiery Ginger Farm today.
Okay, thanks, Simeon. Okay, awesome. So Leonella, I hope I said that right.
Hi, good morning. Yes, it's Leonella.
Got it.
A little bit about myself. I grew up in Sacramento, so where I live at right now is the area I've always been in. I have a really big love for children, so I have a big age gap with my sisters. So my little sisters ranges from 11, 9, and 6, and I'm 21. So I've always had a big love for children. A walkout song that I would say is for me, anything from Lizzo. She's always spreading body positivity. So yeah.
Awesome. Yes, I love Lizzo too. That's awesome. Brissetta, I hope I said that name. I hope I said your name right. And if I didn't, please do correct me.
So hi, my name is Brissetta.
Brissetta.
Yeah. I was born in Mexico, and my parents brought me here when I was 6. So I'm part of DACA. I got introduced into environmental, anything from nature, when I was in 6th grade. And since I didn't really speak English that well, and my connection to nature grew from my elementary school teacher, who taught me a lot about gardening, and that went on to high school. In high school, I got my first internship at the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management. And since then, every summer I intern at different organizations. I've been in the BLM, the Forest Service. Then in high school, I was part of a salsa team. And then after high school, when I graduated, I was their salsa coordinator. So whatever I did during high school, I helped the high schoolers do the same thing so they get the same experience I did. I was also part of their geo garden, and where I got to lead 5th graders and lead them around the garden, teach them about the garden, how to cook, compost, different elements of the garden. And then after that, I went on to go teach in an after school program. And it ranged from kindergarten to 8th graders. And I will always end up teaching them about the garden and the environmental organization. So right now I'm not working since I'm taking a break so I could focus on school. But I'm focusing on trying to help kids be more in one with nature and know more about it, since a lot of the places I teach are from low income and they really don't know much about it. So that's where my focus is, trying to go into education. And I think my walk out song is Skillet, Dead Man Walking.
Nice. Thanks so much, Bracetta. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. And I'm really excited to jump right in as well. So we got one more panelist left. Angie, won't you share with us where you're from, what your walkout song, and a little bit about yourself?
Well, first, I gotta start out with the walkout song. And if anyone has kids around you, or nieces and nephews, it's got to be Baby Shark. You cannot go wrong with Baby Shark. And that's the only song that I can think of right now. But a little bit about me is, once again, my name is Angie. Thank you so much, my vein, and everyone who put this event together. So nice to see everyone without the mask on. But I'm here kind of representing GEO, which is Grant's Environmental Organization at Grant High School, and also as a naturalist here at the FDR Nature Center. And I will put in more our link to the FDR Nature Center if anyone is interested. It's a wonderful place, a little nonprofit, and the preserve where it's a very family friendly place to see a lot of wildlife and enjoy nature. But with GEO, Grants Environmental Organization, I learned so much from, just through volunteering and working. And through GEO, I've worked with so many youths and have a lot of experience in working in the garden, like Bracetta has mentioned. And I know Leo too, so hello ladies, it's so nice to see you all again. And in the garden, we learned so much about, like Bracetta said, about composting and why eating healthy is very, very important. And it is so wonderful to be able to share the experiences with youth and, like showing them if we can do it, they can also do it. And also seeing that moment where they learn something new and something that they can gain from just a small garden. And that really inspired me to continue working with youth in an outdoor learning style. And I really value hands-on learning and outdoor education very, very much. And what's more, I found a passion in wildlife conservation. So I'm so happy to be here and be a part of this. And I do have a very special guest, and I'm so sorry for those who are not comfortable with this animal, but it's a beautiful long noodle. And I just want to share, I am here at the FDR Nature Center. So I do have one of our animal ambassadors, Callie, who is a California king snake. And it's one of those moments where you know that you want to go towards the path of working with youth, but in what way? And my way was outdoor education and respecting the wildlife and protecting it, because we need these animals in our life. So I have the pleasure of working with these animals. And really quick, I hope you don't mind, but I just want to share Callie's story. She is here because she was found in a storm drain by a school, and a janitor was cleaning it out after the storm. Found Callie, didn't know much about snakes, and a really cool thing about California king snakes is that they are immune to rattlesnakes' venom, so they can actually help keep the population in check. So yeah, I'm really, like I said, I'm really passionate about wildlife conservation and care about, our wildlife and teaching kids about these wildlife and how to not be afraid of them or just learn more about them. So thank you so much, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Angie. And thank you for bringing your guest, Kelly, as well. That's so awesome. Thank you so much. I know some of y'all haven't shared your walkout song. That's okay, but we're going to be chatting it up. So my next question, I want y'all to share with us, how did you become aware of the program that you were involved in or is currently involved, and what kind of support and assistance did you receive from the program? And so I'm just going to leave this one open and allow any of y'all to unmute your mic. If you're feeling the spirit of speaking right now, just feel free to chime in.
All right, I guess I'll start since I'm still unmuted. Having 3 older siblings, they of course went to high school ahead of me, and so when I entered high school, I was basically did whatever they did, and it's a way for me to stay in after school and while we wait for parents to pick us up. So I already knew so much about being a part of in the garden, and so having my brothers and sisters there, they were able to just kind of guide me, and it took off from there where I just wanted to be in the garden all day and just be a part of these plants and appreciate the wildlife that we see passing through, things that you don't really see. And it's also a really good place. And I don't know if anyone has been in a garden. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have, but when you are in a garden, it's just a way to relax and take a breather from life. And I always thought that a garden is just a place where we can, a place where we can grow food and have a meal for the day. But it's really, in a garden, it's a place where you really connect with yourself and connect with others, and to meet a whole new group of people to connect with, and a place where you find yourself and discover more about what you actually like, and then start creating your career as you go, just like how I did. So
Awesome. Thanks so much for sharing, Angie. And I know it was Abe or Terry that shared a little bit about Green Tech. Would love to learn how y'all got connected as well. And, what did you enjoy most about the program?
So I think it was Terry, but I can talk a little bit about how I got working with Green Tech. So I think I was 12 actually when I first found out about Green Tech, but it was right before a break, so I didn't start working with them until I was 13. But the way that I actually found out about them was because I actually started I started doing like a little like computer code and all that, and I found out that there were community classes for coding. I didn't know that it was Green Tech that was running them, but I decided to go. I couldn't find Green Tech. Like I couldn't find where they were doing the coding. So we found out, oh, there's a community farm. I'll just work there for a couple of days, find out about the coding. But I went over there and immediately I was just like, nah, forget about the coding. I want to do this because I noticed just like learning about the emerging green fields today was super interesting to me. And two, I like working and I like the construction aspects that we got to do there. Those were the two things that immediately I was just like, yeah, this is it. So it was a little bit of a blessing in disguise that I couldn't find the coding area for Green Tech.
Awesome. Thanks, Abe. Thanks so much for sharing. Terry, do you want to share?
Yeah, I'll share. I first stumbled upon Green Tech. I first came across Green Tech when I was with my friend, and I was actually, just out in the neighborhood doing what we do. And then, yeah, my friend was like, hey, I'm about to go to work. And then I was like, oh, yeah. Are they hiring? Blah, blah, blah. And he was like, oh, yeah, just come with me. They'll let you in, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, it's good. I went over there, met Simeon. He was welcoming. And, that was like maybe a year or two ago. So I was working with Green Tech for maybe a couple months, and then I stopped going for some reason. And then a couple months ago, I needed a job, so I called Simeon back, and I was like, dude, I really need, some work. He was like, yep, I got you. Just come through, So now I'm back. I've been with them ever since, and they've been really just been able to teach me a bunch of hands-on things. And, ever since I've been with them, I've learned I'm a hands-on learner. So, it's just been good ever since.
Awesome. Thanks so much for sharing, Terry, and just shout out to Green Tech, and Simeon's on here as well. Really great to see the incredible work y'all are doing with youth on the ground. So awesome. Leonella or Brissetta, y'all want to share?
I can share.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the Geo Academy. So as we had mentioned before, I work for the Chinese Community Service Center. So it's an after-school program. It's a nonprofit organization. So before I got into working with after school, I was a part of the Geo Academy. So we worked with 5th graders, and we introduced them, like how Angie had mentioned, like we had like little garden tours. So we would help them like plant, and we would teach them how to plant properly and how to take care of it. We would also teach them about plant adaptation. So we taught a little bit how plants adapt to their environment if they were moved and stuff like that, as well as composting. And we would cook one healthy meal, so the kids would get a variety of vegetables that they normally don't get introduced at home, because I know a lot of parents either don't cook with vegetables or they just probably eat out. And then that's when I got into the after school program. So what I do is the knowledge that was taught in Geo Academy, I would take it over with my students, which were normally 5th and 6th graders, and we would get permission from the principal to use a community garden, and we would work on that, like turning the beds, and I would teach them about composting. They would probably like hold on to something so they can put it in the compost bin, because they did have compost bin there. And I feel like it's a great opportunity for them, because from this site I work at, they are a low socioeconomic status. And I feel like bringing those opportunity to them like helps them understand and will help them learn the agriculture, because they would watch how their plants would grow. We would plant little things and they would watch how their little things would grow. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Leonela. Thank you so much for sharing. Brissetta? Oh, I think you're on mute still. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service, those I ended up hearing from my high school teacher. So each before summer, they would always like put posters around and I would always see them. So I ended up applying for them. And then I also worked with Leonela in the Sacramento Chinese Community Center. And for there, I would work with kinder all the way to 8th. And I only until I worked with the youth did I realize that I wanted to be part of it. So, and yeah, that's basically it.
Awesome. Thanks so much for sharing. So I wanted to ask another question. I know we're supposed to be done at 9:50, but we started a little late. I want to make sure we allow some time for some young folks to, for them to share with us a little bit about some of the challenges. And so my next question is for all of you, and anyone can take this if you're feeling the spirit to speak right now, is, you know, what barriers did you face in enrolling or participating or even in completing a training, or if you're part of the program? We'd love to hear about some of the barriers that y'all face, or barriers that you think many of our young folks continue to face when we talk about access to these type of workforce jobs or opportunities. So I'm just going to leave that, let y'all reflect on that. And if you want to share, please do. Also, we have a lot of adults here as well, right? I think this is an opportunity for all of you to really share your lived experience and share with us, you know, what are some challenges that you see your peers facing, you know, in access to opportunities.
Can I? I'll take a swing at this. So for me, one of the biggest things is because I just turned 16, but with my work at Green Tech, I think, and people have told me that I'm pretty good at it as far as the construction goes and all that. But the only thing is, my age has held me back a lot, and not only with Green Tech, but also with the internships and all that. Because I want to be able to take the next step, but I'm just getting the opportunity right now, and this is probably the worst time because I'm not able to have any like face-to-face conversations in person. So trying to network and provide myself as a resource is pretty tough right now, and then also earlier, just not even getting the opportunity to do that. But at least I've been able to work with Green Tech and kind of just evolve my skill set even more, so that when I'm ready to work, I have a little bit of skill to be able to take to working.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Abe, for sharing. And even the age piece. I mean, what that means to me is that we got to start not just as, reaching out to folks who are teenagers, but we got to start before that. So we as government agency, as nonprofits, we got to step up and figure out how to, when we talk about building pipeline, it's not just working with our teens, but like, how do we do that in our schools, with our middle schools, with our elementary? So thanks so much for sharing that. Other folks, what were some of the challenges?
I'll give it a try.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So, I don't think it was talked about as much growing up. I got lucky enough that I was surrounded by people that had thought like me, but my brother, my family, whenever they think of jobs, they think of working construction or working in a restaurant, or they don't think they're qualified enough to do these jobs or even hear about it. And also in after high school, I think it's a mental state in where I'm not social at all. So talking to other people puts me in a panic, and having the people around me to encourage me, like I am capable enough, having the teachers around me, peers saying, yes, you can, get over it. It's gonna be okay once you hop over that bridge. So having the people around me helped me get to where I am, and that encouragement helped a lot.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Brissetta, because you're absolutely right. I think for some of us, we may not have family members who are not exposed, right, to different fields. That's why it's so important for young people like you and for our folks in the city of Sacramento to make sure that that exposure is key, right? It's like a domino effect for all the opportunities that will come afterwards. And so thank you so much for sharing that. And I think all of the folks in the room are sending you lots of love because they definitely appreciate you sharing that. Angie, I think you had your hands up. Go ahead.
I did. I was going to say something very similar to Brissetta, but mine was more of towards like public speaking. I was never really, good in talking in front of groups, but being in the garden really helped me realize that it's not so much about, trying to be the best or trying to entertain everyone. It's more about just sharing your experiences and kind of teaching them and guiding them to the right path. So I'm really passionate about working with youth and trying to make them realize that, hey, what do you want to be in the future? So trying to, guide them into, even if they're not going to be like someone like me, definitely just keep encouraging them to learn wherever they are, just take away from whatever they can from that moment. And also, simply in these small groups, I've learned to just keep talking and learn so much about kids. And I have so many experiences working with different age groups, from little to even parents, even families. And I have seen myself come a very, very long way. So I'm very happy that I've gained so much from just being a part of the Geo Garden and the whole team, like Brissetta and Leah has been talking about.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Angie. And I want to give this back to Sonia. Oh, Sonia got her hands up too. So Sonia, go ahead.
Okay, well, so I think the turning point in my career really was entering the California Farm Academy through the Center for Land-Based Learning. I've studied horticulture, I've studied nursery management, but this program was just something entirely different. It wasn't just classroom, it was in the field, it was meeting farmers, it was learning the business aspect of farming and why, and it was just an incredible experience. And you go through this program, you gain an enormous amount of knowledge and resources. So when you leave the program, you're not just left with nothing. You have all of these resources, you have contacts, you have mentors, and you have people who are willing to step out and help you to, on your path. And when I left, I had a clear vision of what I wanted to do. And, basically I want a food forest. I want a biodynamic situation where food is growing in a way that's not, a monocrop or something like that. And I wanted to be able to bring people onto my property, walk through the forest, pick fruit off the tree, bend down and taste some herbs or something. And And I was so excited to get started. And the challenge that I ran into was access to land. And, you know, it just sounds like I would have so many resources. You know, there's all of these programs, all of these grants, and all of this assistance out there. And oddly, I qualified for nothing. And I mean, it was a year I was trying to go through trying to access land. You know, I've been working on other people's farms, and that's great. But I wanted my own space. I wanted to, you know, control what happened there. I want people to come and so I had this vision, but I just couldn't get there. And so what I've seen is each county has certain codes that allow you to do certain things on certain types of property. And I think that aspect is missing. When I was trying to apply for different types of funding to get onto land, it was like, well, we're not going to fund you because there's no house on the land. And I'm like, okay. And then it was like, we're not going to actually fund you to get a house to live on the land. Well, I can't get animals on my land unless I'm living on my land. And so I, you know, get a small structure to live in. The county says, no, you can't live in that. And I'm like, well, you know, there's tents up the road that they're allowed to live in. And so it seems unfair that people who want to get started are just kind of stuck. They're kind of stuck. And so, you know, I actually did go and work on other people's land, and they have very specific things that they want you to do on their property. And so just advocacy for people who want to get started and don't know county codes, don't know, you know, can I live in this type of house? We see these little tiny houses. I thought that was a great option. It's not allowed in certain counties. You can't have a tiny house. You can't live in a yurt. You can't, you know, do these things. And so that learning curve is definitely a stumbling block. And I'm still not over that stumbling block. So anyway, that's one challenge that's kind of huge right now.
Yeah, Sonia, thank you so much for sharing that, because I think it's really important for us in this space. I see there's 111 folks on to really even understand even the current challenges that are happening right now in this moment, right? So there's a piece of like building a really diverse workforce and pipeline, but there's also the piece that once you do that, is that access is still there, right? And so you bring up a really good point, and I hope that, you know, throughout this summit that we also explore that, right? I mean, there's always that access piece as well. And so when we're thinking about climate justice and climate jobs, we really have to think about the spectrum, right? The entire, how do we get folks from the training, from the interest at being young, when they're young, all the way to the, like, what is that end result? And so I really appreciate you sharing your current challenges, right? That's really important for us to hear collectively, and so that we can work on those issues. That's great. I know it's 10:01. I'm supposed to jump on another call. We're gonna do one more question. And just keep this really, I'm going to say 1 minute per person. I'm already late for another town hall, but it's okay. I'm just going to jump on that one. My staff is probably like, you need to get off this right now. You got to jump on another call. But my question to you is, what is one advice that you will either get to a young person about joining a program, or an advice for all the people in this room who's doing this work about creating a region where we can be about climate justice and climate jobs? What is one advice that you have for folks in this room, or an advice for a young person? So 1 minute. Who wants to go?
I'll go ahead first.
Okay.
Or Sonia, do you want to go first?
I'll be quick. I'll just say, have a mentor. Someone who's in a place where you want to be. Get in touch with them. And yeah, mentors are huge. And just learn everything you can from that person. So I'll leave it there.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Sonia. Angie?
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, for the young folks, definitely take those opportunities to volunteer, especially if you don't think you can work right away. Take all those opportunities you can, volunteer to as many places as you can. Of course, don't go too crazy, but definitely if there is something that interests you, go volunteer that place, and you will realize if that is the route that you want to take or not. And for the adults, I just want to say, provide us opportunities, encourage them, and help guide their hand or guide them to wherever they want to go, and just give them the so a lot of devices. Don't parent talk them too much, but just show them that it is possible. And working with animals and being outside, so definitely take advantage of the wonderful nature and wildlife around you. So thank you.
Awesome. Leonella, you want to share? I'm going to just do roll call. Go ahead.
I say one advice. I know a lot of people, I'm going to bring up children because that's what I usually work up with. But I say advice for when working with children is patience and just understand the children themselves, because they're still growing and they're still developing their brain. So just patience and understanding.
Awesome. Thank you. Rosetta?
I would say that just go ahead and do it, even if you think you're not capable of doing it. Even if you're scared, because everybody's scared at one point, just getting through that, you'll be okay at the other side. And as we grow, we end up learning that. So just
Awesome.
get help.
Thanks so much. Abraham, Abe?
Yeah, I'd say for younger people, just one, find something that you like, and two, see if that thing can evolve into something that's reliable pathway, and something that you can actually use in the future. Yeah, I'd say that's probably what I.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Terry?
Yeah, I would just say, just, I don't know, in life you want to live comfortable, but you got to get outside of your comfort zone in order to see changes and experience new things. So yeah, it's just comfort isn't everything. Get out of your comfort zone.
Awesome. Thanks so much for sharing, Terry. We got 2 more folks left. Ty, any advice for young folks and advice for all the folks in the room right now today as they're doing this work towards climate justice and jobs?
Ty's at the Fiery Ginger Farm.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, Carlos, you're the last one. I think I got everyone on here. Yeah, go ahead.
I would say definitely +1 to all the advice so far given. Definitely another piece of advice I'd say for young folks is to just take the leap. Stay positive at every jump. Wherever you fall, there's going to be new doors that open up. So don't be afraid to keep walking through those doors and see where your path takes you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. If everyone could give our panelists a round of applause, send them hella love, reactions. I'm just so proud of them for being on here, sharing their lived experience. This summit is about climate justice and jobs. And I think we heard a lot from our young folks about how they got connected to programs and some of the challenges that still remains, right? This is going to be a Herculean task as a region to make sure that we create a workforce that is reflective of the community. And so thank you again to all the panelists, just so proud of y'all. And I can't wait to read all of you in history books. Just don't forget about me when y'all are all famous and stuff. So, and I mean that with all my heart, that I can't wait to read y'all in history books because I know y'all are going to make history. So again, this is Councilmember Mai Vang. So honored to facilitate this panel, sending all of you lots of love. I have to go, but I think this is where I turn it over to the facilitator, right? Yes? Awesome.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much. Let's another round of applause for this wonderful panel. Thank you so much. And thank you, Councilmember Vang, for all the energy that you brought to this.
Yes. All right. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye. I wish we had your play out song going right now, which we haven't learned what it is yet, but.
My walkout sound is "This Girl Is on Fire" by Alicia Keys.
Yes.
All right.
Next
Bye,
time.
everyone.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much to these young people who joined us today. This is really what this summit is all about. And this is why we put it first thing in the summit, because it's so important to hear from those who are in this pipeline, who are pursuing these jobs and have the passion that these young people have brought, and speaking very frankly about the barriers that they face, and sharing their advice, which I am taking to heart. And I wish I would have heard it when I was their age as well. But really appreciate all your comments, and brought a snake, all of that and a snake. So that is an amazing way of starting, and can't wait to see what's coming next. I will note we are a little behind on the agenda. So for all the speakers, I'm going to give you notice that I'm going to be working to try to make up a little bit of time and keep us on time. So I'll be messaging you and trying to run this train on time. But I am really excited about our next session, which is has a number of different speakers really talking about what's our baseline understanding of climate justice and jobs. And our first speaker is the perfect first speaker, because we've been talking so much about green tech, and I think Simeon helped connect us to some of the young people who just spoke. So I'm really happy to, we might have a poll first. But you know what, let's go straight into our next session. And maybe if we have time, we'll go back to that poll. But I'm really happy to introduce Simeon Gant. He's a lifelong social entrepreneur. He's formally trained as a journalist at California State University in Sacramento. And his career has spanned from producing television news to government and legislative affairs to founding a successful nonprofit corporation for public benefit. He created Green Tech Education in 2008 as a community-based nonprofit organization, providing career technical education services to youth, emphasizing clean energy, energy efficiency, and the introduction to environmental studies. Simeon provides overall management of green tech operations and is a passionate civic and community advocate, serving on the executive board of Alpha Academy Youth Mentoring Program, and formerly is the chairman of the Transportation, Air Quality, and Climate Change Committee for the Environmental Council of Sacramento. Simeon, welcome. So happy to see you. Thanks for being here. And I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. This is really great. It's a long time coming, and I'm sure it won't be our last. Just really acknowledging how we should really take care and love our earth, our planet, the air that we breathe, the water that we drink. The acknowledgement is important. And then how we protect it is even more important, because as you know, we've been pretty much dumping on our planet for far too long, just trying to get bigger and better. And you know, when I created 2008, I said, uh-oh, people are gonna think I'm trying to be a minimalist or something of that nature. But in 2008, we were in the middle of a recession, and a lot of folks were looking for jobs, looking for work, and in the legislature, they had just passed Assembly Bill 32, the Global Warming Solutions Act. And as I read that law and sat in a lot of meetings, and I read Van Jones's The Clean Energy Economy, and I read a few books about Green to Gold, which is the business case for going green. Looking at all this information and in Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth, saw that film, I put a couple of things together. I realized that specifically in California, that we were going to have to change the way we develop our infrastructure to reduce the harms that we've done to our environment. And if we're going to change the way we develop our infrastructure, people are going to have jobs in changing the way we develop our infrastructure. And that's in traditional jobs: construction, transportation, utilities, manufacturing, and environmental management. Understanding that, I based Green Tech, this nonprofit that I wrote and put together to say that we need to introduce young people to those industries with these new principles, these new green, environmentally friendly principles, recognizing that we're dealing with a whole new vocabulary: LEED certification, leadership in energy and environmental design, anaerobic digester, something that turns waste into fuel for vehicles. The carbon footprint. We never talked about carbon footprint, 50 years ago. And realizing that a whole new vocabulary, a whole new principle of how we're going to change our infrastructure to protect our environment. Our young people need to learn this just as if it was a school. And guess what? We need to be inclusive. African-American kids don't often get the opportunity to see or understand any of this stuff. And so I recognize this is also career technical education. So I brought the young people I actually went to them first. Shout out to Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and the Alpha Mentoring Program, where they were the first young folks who I came and started talking to about how we're gonna build these new buildings, how we're gonna have new transportation. I would talk to our young people. Another shout out to the Sac County Office of Education and Gerber High School and Eleanor Hickey High School and North Area Community School, who used to just listen to me talking about going green. And when I talked to them about these new alternative fuel vehicles, they like the Prius, come on, man, the Prius. And then I'd bring out a Tesla and they get super excited. And so, it was all about, my first board chairman, him and I used to have cocktails about how we're going to make this work. And Leonard Robinson, also known as the Enviro Bro, he had a saying that we got to make green sexy. So we were green and sexy. And so we had to try to figure out the way to always make it sexy. But the other part of it is, again, going back to the foundation of construction, right? We still have to teach them how to use a tape measure. We still have to teach them, tool identification and proper safety on how to use these tools. And so, we do talk to the labor unions. They're like, what do you mean this green thing? And, we don't know about the solar panels. And I said, we have to still teach them the basics. These are traditional jobs. And so we talk about renewable energy at Green Tech, and we take them on field trips. I call them Green Tech tours. Hasn't quite caught on yet, but we take the students to Cal ISO, the independent system operator up in Folsom. Folks talk about the grid, the grid, the grid. What is this mysterious grid? Well, we take our students so they can actually see the electric grid and how it works at the California Independent Systems Operator, right? And they see how we're generating energy all across the state of California, right here from Folsom. And so, and then we talk about all of these acronyms. I'm telling our students about these acronyms and just trying to keep them informed and understanding. We also provide life skills. We have resume writing. We have suicide prevention and mental health discussions. So it's really a full-rounded kind of operation. We had a big project called the Solar Suitcase Project, where we taught young people how to work on building solar lighting systems. And then when they learned to build those solar lighting systems, they were introduced to electricity as well as renewable energy. And then we sent them to Haiti, and we sent the lights to Africa, to hospitals and dentist places where they really needed the light. And so our students were they were philanthropists who were giving. And then so the thing about it, and I'll wrap up, is, with that one project, folks were like, okay, you got to do the solar suitcase. You got to do the solar suitcase. You're solar. I'm like, no, we're green. All of these different issue areas, again, I'll repeat, our 5 elements of Green Tech are transportation, construction, utilities, manufacturing, and environmental management. So yes, we teach our kids about solar, but we also teach them about farming, eating healthy. We also teach them about woodworking and construction. And finally, our newest big project is how do we reduce the amount of emissions these vehicles are putting into the atmosphere? How do we help create a more clean air environment by promoting alternative fuel vehicles. So fortunately, with the assistance of the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, we got a donation from Toyota of 8 Toyota Mirais hydrogen fuel cell cars. So it's new innovative technology that our students are exposed to. And we are building a mobility hub in Del Paso Heights, a working class community that's traditionally been underserved. We are now going to pick up people in the community and take them where they need to go, specifically students who are trying to get to job training or to their jobs, seniors trying to get to their doctor's visits, and then families from the Black Child Legacy Campaign. The land was donated by the city of Sacramento. And so it's just a full circle. We're doing a lot. And we plan to continue to do a lot to make sure that we're inclusive, that there's equity, that there's a high level of education to connect our young people to high paying wage careers and entrepreneur opportunities and innovation. So that's Green Tech in a nutshell. And I really appreciate having this platform to talk about what we do.
Excuse me. Thank you so much, Simeon. I'm really happy to have you here, really helping share context and information, not just about what Green Tech does, but what it looks like to be advancing inclusive and equitable pathways into the sector. Really important framework to set up as we move through the day. As I mentioned when we started, there's 3 sectors that we're really going to be focused on throughout the summit, and that includes the built environment, climate smart ag, and mobility. And so we're going to have a few speakers that are going to set the context on those different topics. And again, if you have questions for Simeon, please feel free to put those in the chat, and Simeon can either respond in the chat or we might have time for questions as we go through the session. But with that, I'm going to thank Simeon one more time for that presentation and then go to our next speaker, who is Jennifer Venema. She's the Interim Climate Action Lead with the City of Sacramento. She leads climate action efforts for California's capital city. She's worked for over 10 years making communities more sustainable as local agency staff and a consultant to local governments. In October, she was appointed to serve as Sacramento's first citywide lead to advance the city's climate change initiatives. She lives in Sacramento and was born and raised in the Central Valley. She's going to set the context around the built environment. Really happy to have you here, Jennifer. Thanks for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Evan. Let's flip it on to the next slide. We're going to try to keep this quick and provide a little bit of that context in terms of what we're thinking when we talk about the built environment from the city perspective. So one thing we'll throw out for folks to put on the chat, I know I'm talking about built environment, but just would love folks to help us have a dialogue there about what a just transition is for you. And I'm here, we've got a big city team on the call though, including our workforce development manager, Christina Pallone, Denise Malvetti, and a lot of folks that are involved on workforce and economic development. And on the sustainability side, we've got myself, Roshni Das, and other folks on our climate team. Now, climate, built environment. I think what's exciting about this conference is bringing these worlds together as we're trying to do with the city. As Evan noted, I work for the city of Sacramento, and just to briefly point to our climate vision, we had nearly a 2-year commission convened by Mayor Steinberg and former West Sacramento Mayor Christopher Cabaldon to advise how Sacramento and West Sacramento together could achieve carbon neutrality by 2045, consistent with the state, with the international guidance and goals and science. Now, what was remarkable about this effort is it was very cross-sector in terms of the collaboration and the commissioners that advised and engaged through the process. We had a lot of leaders from the business community, the chambers, and more helping us to craft this vision. So I think it's a really remarkable precedent. Now, what carbon zero means, well, if you look at this emissions profile on the left, you can see in gray and in blue and orange, our emissions over 90% come from the transportation and energy sector, so fuel use in our buildings or in our vehicles. So if we're going to get anywhere close to carbon zero, these are really the key sectors. So Monica will talk more about the mobility sector. Let's flip to the next slide. But when we think about the built environment, if we can go to this next slide here, it's really thinking about, we'll just hop back one slide, please. It's the type of energy that powers our community as a whole. It's where this energy comes from. And what does it mean to truly shift the built environment? So let's flip on to the next slide. In the near term, the main policy driver that the city's moving forward is an ordinance to electrify new construction with a phased approach, rolling out over the next several years, which would require new buildings to be all electric and to include additional levels of EV charging infrastructure. Next slide, please. What that means when we look over the next 25 years is that, well, that's about 68,000 new housing units that this ordinance would ensure don't include gas, plus all the non-residential building space that we're also expecting to grow. Next slide, please. When we're talking about electrifying a building, it means we're not including this gas line, which you see in red. And it's ensuring that our appliances and our equipment and our buildings and our homes are electric, not using gas. It doesn't seem like rocket science. It actually saves money when we're not including the gas line and the hookups. And the big benefit as well is that it's cleaner for our environment, and it's cleaner in terms of the air that we breathe and the emissions we're contributing in our neighborhoods and our community. Next slide. What we're also trying to grapple with is really the scale of opportunity for moving forward, because the Climate Commission and City Council didn't tell staff just to look at electrifying new buildings. They also told us to make a strategy for how we go about electrifying and retrofitting existing buildings with a focus on how we can incentivize and cover the costs of most vulnerable households, low-income households. The target established by the Climate Commission was to retrofit 25% of existing buildings by 2030. So over the next 10 years, that would be a pace of something like 5,000 units per year. Next slide, please. And if we drill into what that means, when we look at some preliminary modeling available from the city of Berkeley to look at what it could mean to electrify existing buildings, well, that could be upwards of 900 million to, obviously this number is wrong here, 1.96 billion by 2030. So that's just for 25% of the housing stock. And if we flip onto the next slide, the numbers get even larger. These are just estimates, but to help paint a picture of the level of investment that will be needed by the city, by agencies, working with our utilities, seeking grant funding, and hopefully incentive money. This is like a range of the level of investment we're looking to accomplish over the next, 10 to 25 years. So moving on, it's how do we connect that then to bring benefits to our communities? Next slide, please. So it's not just about investing in home improvements, but it's thinking about how this meets our other local and state policy goals by getting homes off gas, by bringing in incentives, working with our partners like SMUD and PG&E. How can we bring benefits to households that need it most? What you see in the map on the right are housings that experience housing burden, where they're paying more than 30% of their income for their housing. Dark green would indicate communities where more than 90% of that census tract falls into those levels. And what we see, the little bar charts on the left, that half of the renters in Sacramento are housing burdens. And if we look even closer, 27% actually pay more than 50% of their income for housing. So climate justice and jobs, it is about how do we achieve our climate goals, but in so doing, it's also about how do we really meet these other lived realities and needs of our community. And that's the exciting opportunity before us. Next slide, please. I'll just end here with recognition that as we electrify our transportation sector, there's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of electricians we need. We know there's gaps and misses in the workforce pipeline. We have a lot of work coming if we truly move as a region and a state towards these goals. And we're excited to continue working on the solutions with all of you. And that concludes my slides. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Really appreciate the presentation and the information that you have provided. And I think we're kind of building our baseline understanding in this session. So first we had Simeon talking about equitable pathways and access to jobs. Now we've continued to build with Jennifer, talking about the built environment, particularly around building electrification and what the landscape looks like there. And I am going to invite people to ask questions of Jennifer on the chat, and hopefully Jennifer will be able to respond over there. And I'm going to thank Jennifer one more time. Thank you. And keep rolling to our next speaker. Welcome, Monica Hernandez. Really happy to see you. Monica is the Director of Innovation and Partnerships at the Sacramento Area Council of Government. She joined SACOG in 2007 and is the organization's first Director of Innovation and Partnerships. She's focused on challenges through human-centered design and building partnerships with the private sector and community-based organizations. And she's responsible for the development and implementation of programs, including the Innovative Mobility Program, New Mobility Accelerator, Civic Lab, Transportation Demand Management, the Commercial Corridor Task Force, the SACOG Youth Leadership Academy, and strategic communications across agency plans and programs. You're busy, Monica. There's that's a lot. In 2020, she was responsible for launching the agency's Race, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative. In her role, she gets to focus on solving regional and local challenges to improve economic prosperity in the region and achieve greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm excited to hear from you to set some context around mobility.
Thank you, Evan. And I queued up my walk-on music, so hopefully everybody can get in the mood. A lot of talking, feel your energy. All right, so next slide, please. And we were asked to share a little bit about ourselves. I'm going to try and be judicious with our time, but I'm a lifelong Sacramentan. My dad is from Puerto Rico, my mom from Mexico. And despite finishing high school well, at 18, I was on my own with no financial support, no path to college, and no personal transportation. I was able to navigate my way to a substandard rental, walking distance from Sac City College, Panther Pride. And while I went on to get a bachelor's and a master's degree beyond that, it really solidified my commitment to job exploration, career pathways, and has helped me through my life's journey. And I'm going to jump into next slide, please. A little bit about the region of which SACOG is a government agency focused on transportation and land use and growth for the future. We are 6 counties, 22 cities, and 2.4 million residents. Historically, planning projects have left out marginalized communities, people of color, less abled folks. And I'm going to walk us through a couple of current conditions on regional access to or regional educational attainment and employment, just to kind of prime everyone for our breakout sessions where we're really going to be looking at solution generation, idea generation from all of you. So I do want to just, again, call out the fact that we know that Black, Indigenous, people of color communities are most impacted by air pollution, which, as Jennifer shared with you, the biggest greenhouse gas emitter is the transportation sector in the entire state of California. Next slide, please. So next slide, the Sacramento region continues to grow in our diversity. In 2000, about 64% of all of our residents were non-Hispanic whites. By 2019, this had shrunk to about 51%. Next slide, please. The region's Black population has remained around 6.5% in the last 20 years, but Hispanic and Asian populations continue to grow steadily. Next slide. So we know and we want to address racial disparities in our workforce development. Our educational attainment continues to demonstrate what racial disparities we are up against. Next slide. When residents in the Sacramento region are grouped together by 26 years of age or older and race and ethnicity, even though you can see there is a closing in the educational attainment gap, white, non-Hispanic, and Asian populations make up the highest shares with bachelor's degree or higher. And higher educational attainment is correlated to higher incomes and higher labor force participation. Next slide, please. So labor force participation, next slide. Our census data organizes groups, the working groups in 16 to 64 years of age, and in employed, unemployed, and not in the labor force. So when you look at this, what you're seeing is the employment rates differ by race and ethnicity over the last 5 years, and they are continuing now. The reasons individuals are not participating in the labor force vary greatly. Some are pursuing educational or training opportunities, while others might be involved in work that occurs outside of the official labor market, AKA homemaker, family care, parent care, and typically those jobs are women. So I wanted to call that out as well as a disparity. But one thing that holds true is there are many discouraged workers, those who want to work but have given up or have not pursued employment because of the repeated lack of success or access to opportunities. And if we harken back to our young people that we were listening to this morning, it was really about access to programs and training. Next slide, please. So when you look ahead to the future of mobility, it is electric, it's connected, it's shared, it's autonomous, and it's micro. So there's a lot of benefits ahead for the transportation system. And those benefits are not just jobs, but they really are increasing physical mobility, increasing transportation options. So efforts from today, like today, are critical components so that Black, Indigenous, people of color, folks with disabilities are at the table from day one. So they are beneficiaries, not just of the mobility, but the economic and environmental benefits on the horizon. And next slide, please. So what's next? We need jobs of the future. We need upskilling, pipelines, high school and below. We need to start even in elementary, middle school, showing our communities of color that they are in these positions, that they can achieve these different goals. We need to think about how we retrain folks who were doing, combustion engine repairs. How are they going to be put into the pipeline for electric vehicles? Community colleges, universities are all part of that picture. In the private sector, or in the government sector, we need to work with the private sector. And we need to bring the communities together that we are talking about. And a key component of that is actually listening. Solutions can and should be community driven. Our residents really know the best paths forward, and we have to take our kind of frameworks and apply them. So further, we need to invest in digital skills training. That's both to grow the pot of high-skilled technical workers, and then also basic digital literacy skills. And we also really need to think about language accessibility with all of these, and for those who are different abled. And then finally, we want to prepare and connect young workers, and particularly young workers of color. As you saw in those earlier slides, young people are achieving less in terms of educational attainment, access to opportunity, and that is our biggest growing demographic. So if we are not targeting and addressing our young people of color and our current workforce of color, we are headed toward a regional economic challenge. And we need to look at the in-demand occupations and industries, and we need to act today to make sure we are working together. And I'm going to pause right there. And I think I did less time than I was supposed to.
Thank you so much, Monica, for that presentation and really walking us through not just mobility, but also the demographic makeup of our region and the critical importance of creating of addressing the disparities and creating really equitable pipelines to the emerging opportunities as mobility trends change and the needs that we have around job training to ensure that that happens. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I know the breakout session is going to dive deep, and I cannot wait for that.
Great. Yes, definitely will. And I would encourage people to ask questions of Monica in chat, and she'll be able to respond there. And I'm going to keep kind of building this boat of our baseline understanding. So we've talked about critical pathways and inclusive pathways. We've talked about the built environment and mobility, and now we're going to talk about climate smart ag. We're a large and diverse region with a lot of agriculture. So this is a really important sector and a really important part of the conversation. Really happy to introduce Jenny Lester Moffitt. She is a 5th generation California farmer and the Undersecretary at California Department of Food and Agriculture, where she was the Deputy Secretary from 2015 to 2018. Her original appointment by Governor Jerry Brown was confirmed by Newsom in early 2019. Jenny engages stakeholders on issues that affect ranchers and farmers, including climate change, biodiversity, land use, water policy, and food security. Prior to joining CDFA, Jenny spent 10 years as managing director at Dixon Ridge Farms, her family's organic walnut farm and processing operation. Growing up on the farm she would later help manage, Jenny learned firsthand the importance of taking care of the land and the people who farm it, and the value of fostering economic growth and well-being. As a farmer and a policymaker, Jenny believes that agriculture is critically important to sustaining our environment, rural communities, and economy. So you've lived it all, Jenny.
Wow, I don't even think I need to give any sort of background. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm curious, before I get started, I'd love to hear from you guys in the chat box. When you think of agriculture, when you hear agriculture, what comes to mind? What's the first thing that comes to mind? So if you wouldn't mind sharing that in the chat box, that'd be great. Food, plants, fields, farm workers, all really great things. Fresh food, yes. San Joaquin Valley, FFA, big tractors. I love it. Thank you all for sharing those. I think they're really great. And so we'll move to the next 2 slides, I think, perhaps. So just wanted to share a little bit, as Monica mentioned, yeah, we were asked to tell our story a little bit. And so when I think of agriculture, this is what I think of. This is me in high school. You guys are the first to see these digitally. And I was a member of the Farms Leadership Program, which is part of the Center for Land-Based Learning. And so when I think of agriculture, I think back to this and the programs and the youth organizations that I was part of, where I really dug into the soil, learned about, in this case, insects and native grasses, and really and appreciated the work of agriculture, both getting my hands into the soil and then also producing food and being part of my family's farm. So when I think of agriculture, that's what I think of is getting into the soil, growing food, and growing nutritious food for people. So next slide. As I graduated from high school and went to college, I learned a lot about land use and became very, very passionate about land use, and actually worked for a few years following college for American Farmland Trust, where we really worked on not only land conservation, but also ways in which we keep farmers on the land. And quickly I learned that a way for me to really engage and keep farmers on the land was to come back to my family's farm and to work with my dad on our farm. So I worked there for 10 years. Here's a picture of our orchard. It's probably how it looks right about now. So a robust cover crop growing. You'll see the total resource management farm, really looking at the whole systems approach to how we farm. Is the focus of our family's farm. We also had a big shout out climate change, and climate smart agriculture was a big thing that we worked on the farm back then and continue. And so we focused a lot about how we are sustainable, both in our practices and our employment practices and stuff like that on the farm. But when it came to processing, which we process our walnuts as well, we realized that we were using a lot of energy, and we could actually create renewable energy with our walnut shell. So we turned walnut shell into renewable energy on our farm, and got a nice little shout out on Saturday Night Live, which was fun. So we'll move on to the next slide. In 2015, as Evan mentioned, I moved on to the CDFA, California Department of Food and Agriculture, and worked for the Brown administration. That really expanded my scope. So here's just a few snapshots of, or a few stats about California agriculture. We grow over 400 different crops in the state. That's something that we really celebrate. We love, as we talk about food, having that broad diversity, that bread basket, that fruit basket, that salad bowl, is something that we're incredibly proud of. In fact, we produce about 50% of the nation's fruit, nuts, and vegetables. 50% of the nation's fruit, nuts, and vegetables come from California. And then, of course, we're the sole producer of 14 commodities. So I showed you a picture of my family's walnut orchard. That's one. Almonds. There are, artichokes that are in this picture or others. So we are the sole producer for the nation of those. So broadening my scope to the state, and looking at that, I think has been really rewarding. And we move on to the next slide and we talk about some of the work that we started to do with climate change. And so this on the left is a study by Dr. Louise Jackson from UC Davis. It's older now. I think it was done in maybe 2011, but I think it's still very relevant, which is about ag's vulnerability for climate change. We are a land-based sector, very much dependent on the weather, on climate, on just how drought and water and all of our natural resources. And so we are very vulnerable to climate change. We, in 2011, launched a consortium for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Here's the most recent report we did. This is for Southern California region, but really highlighting water variability, pests. As we think about our changing climate, we have changing pest patterns. Winter chill is really important for a lot of our cherry crops in the region, as well as heat impacts for crops. And then, of course, as we saw, I think exacerbated the most last year is fire and the damage that the fire does, not only to our natural systems, but throughout the state, to our communities, to our health, and also to our crops. So we'll move on to the next slide. There is a suite. I talk in our farm, we talk a lot about whole systems approach to farming. In policy making, it's the same thing. We need a whole systems approach. We don't have one silver bullet. We really need a systematic approach to how we're approaching climate change and climate smart agriculture. Here are a few lists of things. Soil carbon sequestration. I've heard people in the chat talk about regenerative ag. Oh, hey, Sabella. So that is a big one. It's something I'm incredibly passionate about. Soil carbon sequestration is a key piece. Manure management. Certainly, Simeon, he talked about dairy digesters. There's also what we call alternative manure management, turning manure into compost, which then, of course, can go to build soil health. Water management, nutrient management, integrated farming systems, renewable energy, and then land conservation are just some of the practices of the suite of climate smart practices that we in the state have, as well as a lot of the counties and regions are implementing as well. And then, of course, at the federal level, USDA right now is also doing a whole bunch of listening sessions on that as well. So we'll move on to the next slide. I just wanted to spend a moment. This is a report that I pulled some things off of. Of course, Sacramento is the farm to fork capital. I think this is a really important thing as we talk about land use, as we talk about climate smart agriculture, our markets and how we're connecting our markets, our urban to rural areas. How do we really foster local regional markets in a way that builds the livelihood of agriculture and in our urban agriculture, I would say just around the border of our urban, and then also in our rural agriculture, really linking farm to market in a more robust way. This is the rural urban connection strategy that SACOG did. Here, I'll drop it into the chat box here. And that's one really great report. There's a lot of other really fantastic reports. I mentioned Sabella, and she's working on a lot of those as well. And so really looking at how we are not just seeing our agriculture as landscape or as a beautiful area that we enjoy, but really as our food shed and healthy food shed and connecting our farmers. And then also, as we heard a lot about in the panels earlier, urban agriculture and the way that urban agriculture builds our communities and builds more resilient communities within the communities and within the cities as well. So to me, that is a big part of climate smart agriculture. We'll move on to the next slide and talk about healthy soils. So we have many programs at the Department of Food and Agriculture. This one I wanted to just highlight because I think it's really relevant here, but we have a healthy soils program. These are funded through AB 32 through the cap and trade program that the state has to date. We've invested over $48 million. We have funded 580 demonstration or direct farmer incentives, but the 66 demonstration projects are really neat because it's really all about highlighting the art of the possible and then bringing other farms and allowing farmers to share information and learn from each other. That's, in my mind, that's the way that my family learned about how we changed our practices, and certainly a really valuable thing. I just wanted to touch on one last thing to the next slide. Is just in 2017, there was legislation, the Farmer Equity Act, and we ended up hiring a farm equity advisor, Thea Rittenhouse, who many of you might know, and we released this report last year. This is a really important one. As of course, Sonia talked about, land access is one of the #1 things that we heard as we interviewed and met with people about the challenges for farm equity, but also language access, industry engagement, and knowledge of programs. I'm going to just share in here our farmer resource portal. I think this is a really important thing. We've been very focused on how do we implement this report. A report is only as good as how we implement it. And so we've gathered different perspectives from farmers. We have a small farmer group that meets with us regularly now, and really seeing about how do we make our programs more available to farmers of all backgrounds and new farmers. And so really deep diving into how do we expand and increase equity in our programs and the work that we do in the state. So just want to end it there, and thank you guys for the time, and look forward to the panel and the discussion on Climate Smart Ag later on.
Jenny, thank you so much. And what an important topic for us to be engaging in this region. You know, we're the farm to fork capital, and creating these connections from rural to urban and from farm to market is just incredibly important. So thank you so much. I think what I'd like to do again is invite people to ask Jenny any additional questions that you have in the chat. And thank Jenny one more time. And we're going to open it up for a poll that someone's going to pull up for us. And I think one of the thoughts that I had as you were talking, Jenny, and as the poll's coming up, is maybe we could type in the chat, where do you get your local produce? For our audience, where's your favorite place to pick up local produce? And we'll think about that as we go into the poll, which is up now. All right, working together, we can make sure green tech, green jobs, and the green economy can benefit everyone in the region. So put in if you strongly agree, you're neutral, disagree, or strongly disagree. And I see some good market sources coming up as well. All right, I see farmers markets. I see Cape Valley Organics, Route 64, and our result is up. So this is an optimistic group. That's great. Working together, we can make sure that green tech, green jobs, and the green economy can benefit everyone in the region. We have 70% that strongly agree, 24% that agree. And we're going to have a chance in our breakouts to talk more about what do those opportunities look like, and how do we really leverage and maximize the opportunities. So we'll be moving into that. So for right now, I'm going to move us into the conversation about our workforce system and where are the points of connection in our workforce system within our clean economy. And we have a few speakers who are going to speak to that issue. And our first is Ida Cardenas, the Deputy Director of Equity, Climate, and Jobs Branch of the California Workforce Development Board. Ida was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom in 2019. She was born and raised in Los Angeles and is the daughter of Mexican immigrant service workers. Prior to joining the California Workforce Development Board, Ida was instrumental in creating the Building Skills Partnership, a statewide nonprofit with the mission of improving the quality of life of property service workers and their families. Now, Ida is leveraging this expertise to expand the equity, climate, and jobs vision and develop a suite of initiatives related to the high road model in California. Ida, thank you so much for being here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Good.
Okay, I think I got this.
All right, thank you.
Hi, everybody. I know we're running a little late, so I'll try to provide some overview, and I think we can go into. So first of all, I just want to thank you for inviting me to be here today, and I want to applaud your efforts in including workers and workforce development as part of today's conversation in building a more resilient California. We heard of some great initiatives and heard about emerging industries and the need to look at climate impact in a variety of sectors. So I want to share a little bit about one of the, a couple of the initiatives coming out of the State Workforce Development Board, which is our high road sector approach, which are high road training partnerships and our high road construction careers. So the purpose, develop a program or a project or a curriculum, but to really lay the foundation for an industry-based skills infrastructure that can negotiate the future of work and build regional economies. Next slide, please. And and I'll talk a little bit about some of the example projects, but also what some of the key elements are of our training partnerships. But I wanted to share what we're leading with. And it really lines up with the topics that you all are covering today. And I think that, you know, California as a whole is really moving and looking at this integrated approach that we can't just talk about one thing without talking about the other, right? And so we really are taking you know, the goal of addressing equity, climate, and job quality. And I'll speak on each just briefly. So equity is about building an economic opportunity and mobility for those who've been marginalized and disadvantaged. Again, we heard so many examples, especially from the youth panel. It was really motivating to hear, you know, some of their aspirations, right? And how can we prepare for, to create opportunities for them and for their families and for that generation. We look for projects that provide pathways into quality jobs. And we know that if we're looking at addressing communities with barriers, that we need to look at all of the different type of supportive services that they're going to need in order to succeed in, let's say, in a training program and access into these quality jobs. But one of the things that we're learning also is that equity is also about investing in workers who are undervalued. We don't have enough good jobs, right? So it's not just connecting disadvantaged communities into good jobs. It's to ensuring that we're looking at industries and recognizing that the value that they bring and creating those, creating better jobs within those industries. So really using a workforce development strategy to recognize that value and again, creating better jobs. When we look at climate from the workforce development standpoint, we look at, there are emerging industries and sectors in terms of green jobs, but we also see a lot of changes. For example, if we look at introduction of electric buses, right? We're looking at the manufacturing component, but we're also looking who's driving those buses, who are the mechanics in those buses that are already employed. So how do we look at reskilling or retraining and helping them, investing in that workforce to transition as our equipment changes, but also looking at the path. Sort of the worker supply chain of that, right? So it's the manufacturing piece, the bus operators, the mechanics. But then we're also looking at the infrastructure needed for charging, for large vehicles charging stations. So we're looking at infrastructure and construction, and then we're looking at electricians, right? How are we storing all of this? But we're also, so that's sort of an easier, those are sort of easier industries to look at when we look at climate impact. So what we're also looking at is how can we do climate facilitation or mitigation in healthcare, in hospitality, in food production, in a variety, and basically in every industry, and support these partnerships who can work together. And I'll share a little bit more about what those partnerships look like. And job quality is the other area that we're really trying to tackle. we want to engage the state's responsible employers, our high road employers who are committed to increasing job quality, and really look at designing answers that's going to meet the need for those industries. And it's, next slide, please. So one of the things that we've learned in investing in some high road training partnerships, the state started this initiative back in 2017, 2018, and really looked at projects that were really that programs that were working together that had that were getting further faster, and they were addressing the needs of industry and workers in the immediate time, right? And the purpose of high road training partnerships is, again, not just to develop a training and a curriculum that's going to get somebody into a job, or we hope they're going to get a job someday. It's really building in this partnership within an industry. And so 4 of the key elements, and maybe one of my colleagues can put in the chat our link to our high road training partnership initiative page, and you can learn more about how some of these projects have done some of this work. But what we found in working together with UC Berkeley and UCLA labor centers, who did a really deep dive to study these partnerships, and we found some of this is what I call the DNA of a high road training partnership. So what were those common practices that really allowed for building out industry-based partnerships that could live beyond, that could live for the long term and be sustainable and live beyond any state investment. And the first thing we found was that we have industry-led problem solving. So instead of starting with the training, we're actually starting with workers and industry and employers coming together and identifying what are the needs in our industry right now to reskill, what are the needs right now to create a pathway up for workers in the industry, and what are the needs to bring workers into the industry. So we start with the problem solving with the leaders in those industries at the table, again, that include both employers and workers. The second key element is that partnership is a priority. And I really want to highlight, because I feel like that's really one of the key components of this is partnership. It's not just bringing everybody to the table and say we check the boxes, we have all the stakeholders present, but it's really about coming together and working towards solving those issues that were identified in that first step, right? And really being able to share power and make decisions around the workforce strategies. Workers need good employers, and employers need good workers. And if we're going to build resilient economies, and we need to build resilient industries, and we need to have everybody committed at the table with one purpose. And so this is really building structures. In some examples, we have labor management partnerships, and some we have nonprofits that are at the center of this partnership to really be able to tease out the solutions. The third key element is incorporating worker wisdom. Workers know what they need to do their jobs better. They're the ones that really, this allows for their responsibility, ownership, and even compliance in terms of where the industry needs to go, and having their wisdom at the table, and also solidifying their commitment and addressing what their needs are as well, is a very key piece to high road training partnerships. And the last essential element is we have industry-driven education training solutions. The needs in each industry and for each partnership are going to look different, and we need to be nimble and we need to be flexible. Whether the training is provided on the job, whether it's provided by industry experts, whether it's provided by training experts that know how to work with the demographic within those industries. It could also be partnering with community colleges. It could be partnering with local workforce boards. And it's just, again, just solving, being able to meet the needs of that industry. Next slide, please. So a couple of examples in this region, the capital region, is, you know, I talked about high road training partnerships, but high road construction careers is also one of our initiatives, but it's really has the same values and principles and structures. And one example is the Golden Sierra Job Training Agency is leading a project to connect underserved communities with middle-class careers in the building and construction trades. The project will achieve this through rigorous pre-apprenticeship training, supportive services, and case management. So throughout the state, we're investing in 11 partnerships in every corner of the state, this being one of them, that really looks at a regional approach in investing in that partnership structure, but also investing in our, what we call the MC3 pre-apprenticeship program. It's the multi-craft curriculum training that allows members of the community to learn more about the trades and see if that's an avenue that they want to take and really make a connection to apprenticeship programs. And one example of a recently awarded high road training partnership in the area is the California Mobility Center. And the goal of the California Mobility Center is to develop an innovation hub for clean mobility, creating an environment and support system for startups and established mobility companies to collaborate and advance techniques that will accelerate the adoption of clean mobility technology. And so this is an example of bringing a variety of stakeholders together and looking at how do we provide access to the local community to access into these emerging jobs. One of the things that makes the high road model different is that it brings the employers to the table and it brings a commitment to the jobs. And so we're starting again with the jobs, with what the need is, and then building a partnership and the training to meet that. Some examples of, you know, in addition to the 11 regional high road construction career partnerships that we have throughout the state, using the California climate investments that we've recently received and put out 24 high road training funding for 24 high road training partnerships that includes public transit, property maintenance, water utility, electric bus manufacturing, hospitality, healthcare, energy storage, food production, agriculture, public utilities, manufacturing, power line tree trimming, and others, right? So these are all industries. I think a lot of these sectors were sort of touched upon in one way or another in the other presentations. And so we've just put out the support for these different projects throughout the state of California. So we feel that our work is through this initiative, we've just scratched the surface of the impact that we can have. These partnerships will have the resources to expand their work, to build out new programs, or depending on where they are in their partnership, they will come together in communities of practice to learn from one another. And it's also our hope and intention that these projects will collaborate across industries. In our economy, and the needs of workers don't happen in silos, right? So we want to get further faster with these industry-based partnerships and regional coordination. And it's not just, again, about a certificate or a training or curriculum. It's really building out that infrastructure of collaborating to build resiliency. COVID has brought to light that what many of us have known before for a long time working on the ground with workers is that when workers are vulnerable, our communities suffer. And when employers can't meet their demand for a skilled workforce, their success is impacted. And you put this together and our economy suffers. The environmental health of our communities and their social and economic well-being will determine the state's level of prosperity. So when we think about the policies or projects or programs to address climate and healthy communities, at the center of that are people. We want, many of our communities, as was mentioned earlier in the summit, is they're at ground zero for the environment being impacted in the communities, but also for lack of quality jobs. So we want them to have healthy and safe communities and we also need them to be able to put food on the table. So we cannot leave the workers out, because the workers are these community members that we are all trying to reach. So as the State Workforce Development Board looks at equity, climate, and job quality, we want to take that into those workforce strategies and lead with that within these partnerships, have that be the values, have that be the principles that we work towards. So when we design a workforce development strategy for the future of our work, that we have the workers at the center of that. And we need to do better. And if we're going to build back better, as everyone is saying now these days, right, is we really must set our standards higher. And you know, we're trying to, through the State Workforce Development Board, be able to lead by example and be able to showcase what it could look like. And so when we look again at climate policy requirements, we also must look at job quality requirements and keep that in mind. And we need to invest in responsible employers and industries that are willing to come together and say, yes, how do we figure this out? This is a skill that we need, and we're going to invest in these workers, and we're going to create better jobs, better communities. And, you know, we're not always going to start just with the highest jobs. We want that, but there's not enough of those out there. So we need to ensure that we're looking at industries and looking for a way to level the playing field and bring up the floor in terms of job quality in the state of California. And I think that's my time.
Thank you so much, Ida. Really appreciate you being here today and giving us the state's perspective. So I'm Renee John. I'm the project leader with Valley Vision, and wanted to share some information with you about the regional organizing efforts that Valley Vision does on behalf of the Capital Region's 4 workforce boards. I'm going to move through this pretty quickly. Next slide, please. This is a graphic representation of the 21st century workforce impact area that Valley Vision has. And we work significantly with the 4 workforce boards that make up a 9-county region, doing alignment and innovation efforts. The workforce boards are an active partner in workforce efforts in the region, including funding research products like the automation risk for jobs in the Capital Region, which was very influential to how we prepared and recovered from the pandemic, as well as other efforts. Next slide, please. And this is a graphic look at the Capital Region planning area, including the 9 counties and the 4 workforce boards that make up that section. Next slide, please. And this is a quick on the impact of the Capital Region. I'm not going to go through each figure here for you, but if you take a look in the middle, for each dollar invested in this workforce board area, $4.17 is returned in earnings. So this is over a year. So for each dollar that's invested in workforce training and coaching and all the products that they provide, the resulting earnings potential or earnings realized of individuals who've gone through these services is $4.17. So it's tremendously impactful. And as you can see on the top right-hand corner, that out of the 9-county area, 81% of individuals who are coming into these programs have high barriers to employment. I want to quickly move over to introducing Roy Kim, who is the Deputy Director of the Sacramento Employment and Training Agency in Sacramento Works, because I want to make sure that you have time to hear what's happening in this greater Sacramento region. So Roy oversees the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act programs, as well as Community Services Block Grant and Refugee Services Act workforce development programs with SETA Sacramento Works. I'm going to give it to you, Roy, to take it from here.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Renee. And hello, everyone. I'll try and be as brief as possible. Let me just say, first of all, I have to get a plug in for Valley Vision because as I talk to colleagues, workforce colleagues across the state, I can't tell you how fortunate they consider us to have an organization like Valley Vision to bring together a diverse group of multi-stakeholders on these regional initiatives and these discussions. So, I mean, kudos to them for the work they do, and we're very lucky to have them. I think sometimes that can be taken for granted. Next slide, please. So If you're not familiar with your local workforce boards, and the Sacramento Employment and Training Agency, Sacramento Works is kind of like the workforce board name. It's also the program name for the federal WIOA funds that flow to the state and then to the county and city of Sacramento. We operate a network of job centers, and really we really concentrate on a number of high employment barrier populations. This isn't an exhaustive list, but this gives you kind of a sense of some of the examples of what I'm talking about, where we deal with a lot of public assistance and low income. One additional thing that's not on this list, I'll just mention, we do target homeless customers with our services as well. And we provide a full spectrum of services. Next slide, please. So this relates kind of comparison. This is just the Sacramento numbers. You'll notice a slightly lower return on investment in the middle there. Part of the reason for that is you have a significantly higher percentage of customers with multiple barriers to employment. And so I just want to point that out. The rest are fairly comparable to the region. Next slide, please. So this gives you a sense. The workforce boards in the Job Center network provide a full range of different types of employment-related services. And I will say that there's really a heavy concentration and focus on basic skills and job readiness. I think workforce boards, sometimes it's not completely understood that, you know, workforce boards invest in training. They're not usually a direct provider of certificated training programs. We partner very closely with the adult education system, the community college system, and private post-secondary educational institutions to deliver certificated training programs. But a lot of our customers, I mean, when you're dealing with a lot of multiple barriers to employment, folks that don't have necessarily those basic skills, which, by the way, which employers repeatedly say that is the #1 priority for them. That's the #1 skill that they're missing, is the basic skills, the professional skills, and included with that digital literacy type skills. But the workforce boards is probably like the 80-20 rule. 80% of the investments are really targeted around basic skills and work readiness. And then on the bottom there, you'll see safety net. Another thing that the workforce boards do is that we do provide a lot of support services and other types of safety net supports that allow people to enter into these programs and then also be successful to complete, and then also where it results in long-term retention and career advancement. So our emphasis is really on long-term interventions with customers with barriers to employment. Next slide, please. It's just a quick visual map. If you're not familiar with the workforce boards and you are interested in really partnering and better serving underserved communities, I would strongly encourage you to do so. This is just the SETA network. So there's 14. We have 10 of them are subcontracted. 2 are operated by government partners, and then 2 are hosted by SETA. I will say that, you know, SETA is often known by someone else's name. For example, the Urban League is on here. La Familia Counseling Center is on here. Asian Resources is on here. And our network is different than a lot of areas in the state of California in that our centers tend to be smaller, more neighborhood-based, and very much we're heavily invested in the CBO community. And that's intentional, trying to get our services to communities that are underserved wherever possible. Within these centers, we try and integrate our other programs. Renee mentioned the Community Services Block Grant Program, which we provide lots of different types of safety net and emergency supports that help stabilize people that can then participate in longer term employment services. And then we also have a partnership with the county where to operate the refugee resettlement program. Sacramento is the #1 destination county in California, and I think for the last couple of years, the nation, in resettling newly arriving refugees from all over the world. Next slide, please. And that's it. The contact information's here. I would encourage you. There's plenty of resources at sacramentoworks.org and seta.net, and encourage you to contact myself or any of the others on this list if you're interested in learning more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Roy, and thank you, Renee and Ida as well. Great hearing about the workforce resources that we have in the region and in the state. And with that, I believe we are due for a break. So here's what I'm going to propose. I'm going to say let's go for a 5-minute break. I'll ask everybody to turn off your video and hopefully you're already muted. Please don't leave the meeting because that makes it more difficult to come back. So stay in the meeting. We're going to do a raffle when we get back. So give you a really good incentive to come back after our break and re-engage with us. And then at that time, we'll go into our state and regional look at climate justice and jobs. And then we'll go into our breakout groups. So really want to thank all the presenters so far. Thank our audience so far. This has been a great overview. We're going to go to break. Right now I have 11:18, so we'll come back at, let's say 11:24 on the dot, and 5 minutes, and we'll get back to it, and we'll do our raffle. So thank you everybody, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back. Let's start to reassemble. All right. Nice to be with you again. And as promised, let's go straight into our raffle. And I'm going to turn it over to Renee John for that.
Perfect. Thanks, Evan. Okay, so if you all remember, you need to be present to win. So I'm going to be calling off a couple of names. And if you are here, can you please type here into the chat? And I'll ask Adrian if you'll keep a lookout of that for me. And I will call off the names here. So our first winner of the raffle is Sonia Montgomery. Oh, I see here. I saw that one. And then we also have Alex Belser. We have Alexandra Gallo. And Alfred Melbourne. So I have Sonia for sure. And Sonia, I think I saw something from you earlier that maybe you're out of the area. So I'm going to be chatting with you directly. So I want to make sure you get something that can be of benefit to you. Again, I'll say them one more time. Alex Belser, Alejandra Gallo, and Alfred Melbourne. Okay, I'm going to choose a couple of additional names, and I'll tell you what the gift cards are that we're raffling off in this section. We have a gift certificate to Thai Basil, one to May Dune, which is a Persian restaurant. And then we also have a $50 gift card to Momo's Market. And we have a $100 gift card to Smud's Energy Store. All right, I'm going to call off a couple of additional names. Oh, I'm seeing people say here that I didn't call their name yet. Okay, Lewis. If Edward Lewis is here, Bishop Chris Baker. Denisa Attiles. And Stephen Hunter. Okay, well, Sonia, you're the big winner for right now. So I'll be chatting with you and we'll be having another raffle closer to the end of the event.
Excellent. Thank you, Renee, and congrats. That sounds like a great prize. And I think we are ready to go into a poll as well. Am I right about that? All right, so we've just heard a lot about opportunities in the clean and low carbon economy and the need to address disparities and create equitable pipelines. So with that in mind, how optimistic are you that we're ready to create and maintain those equitable opportunities in clean and low carbon economy? We'll wait for those chat results to come back. Maybe while we do, I will give an intro to our next session that's coming up. So our next section is going to be the state and regional look at climate justice and jobs. And we have two speakers as part of this section. Oh, here we go. I'll come back to that. So it looks like we are largely optimistic. 57%, so over half, and then we've got 39% is neutral, and 4% are not optimistic. And if you have more details about what you have in mind, go ahead and put it in the chat. And also keep it in mind as we go into breakout rooms, because all these polls are kind of leading into the discussions that we'll have in those breakout rooms, and we'll have more of an opportunity to really kind of flesh out our ideas and have that discussion with our groups. Okay, so with that, we're going to go into our, this is our final session before we go into breakout groups. And this is structured as a fireside chat. And I'm really happy to welcome Louise Sanchez and Kip Lipper. Hi, Louise.
Good morning still. How are you?
Yes, thanks for being with us. So I'll do some quick intros for you both. Louise is the CEO of the Community Resource Project since 2016. And oversees the organization's operations for their health programs, energy and educational programs, and works with a highly skilled management team. He serves a 7-member board of directors, overseeing a 3-county operation of 120 employees. With his leadership, CRP has participated in climate adaptation efforts, most recently with the purchase of 9 big box trucks to replace their aging vehicle fleet. CPR is also exploring other EV mobility options and public charging stations, and accessibility at their South Sacramento facility. I'm sure you'll have so much to share with us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Also really happy to introduce Kip Lipper. Kip is the Chief Policy Advisor on Energy, Natural Resources, and the Environment to the California State Senate President Pro Tem, the Senate's Majority Leader. He has worked with the California legislature for over 4 decades. While in the Senate, he's helped draft and analyze legislation on energy policy, such as the state's landmark 20%, 33%, and now 100% clean and renewable energy standard, solar energy, energy conservation, electric vehicles, public interest, energy research, and energy agency reorganization and reform. Kip was the lead Senate staffer on the drafting of AB 32, the Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006, as well as on companion landmark legislation establishing the nation's first greenhouse gas emission performance standard for energy generation. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to have you both. And I understand we're going to do a little bit of live reorganization, knowing, Kip, that you have another meeting to get to in about 15 minutes. Is that right?
Thanks, Evan. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'll stay as long as I can.
Great, thank you. So we structured this as a fireside chat type of format so that we could kind of launch in and start to have a conversation. And I think with both of your agreement, we'll go ahead and kind of launch into the conversation part and not do the PowerPoint presentations that we had. Does that sound right to you?
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, I would like to give you each a chance to talk a little bit about your work and about what you're seeing in the current environment. So, Louise, maybe I'll go to you first.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. It's really exciting to have all the presentations, the various different focuses that everyone is talking about, and the plans that are being discussed and implemented. And I just want to say a little bit about what CRP has done. We provide energy efficiency measures to low-income communities. So we work in those disadvantaged communities throughout Sacramento, Sutter, and Yuba counties. So we serve between 15 to 20,000 clients annually. And we probably invest about, $15 million throughout those 3 counties to make people's homes more energy efficient, make them more comfortable, reduce their energy burdens, so that way they can save some money, but making their community a lot more safer. The energy work that we've done obviously has led us into this new space of climate space, especially with the change out of our gas-driven vehicles to electric vehicles. We've kind of felt that, we're going to these communities and we're going to these residences to improve people's homes, but here we're driving polluting vehicles. And so we started thinking about what's it going to take to transition to electric vehicles. And it was a learning curve. It took us about 2 years to get into that space and understand it. But with the help of the Sacramento Air Quality Management District, they were able to help us navigate through this myriad of complexities to get some funding to purchase, these 9 big box vehicles. Now those vehicles are being used by our crews when we go to deliver these energy efficiency measures to the households. But that's also expanded us into this understanding of we need a workforce. Ourselves, our agency is in a difficult situation of trying to find talented workforce, skilled individuals. We pride ourselves in, once we get people into our agency, we train them and we cross-train them so they can do a variety of different things. But we're at the point where we're needing to increase our entry-level positions, and that's where we're coming from right now. So I'll just stop right there with my part of it.
Thank you, Louise. And that's a good bridge to kind of talk about the state policy issues and kind of get into that conversation. So Kip, maybe I'll turn it over to you to talk about what you're seeing as some of the landscape and what you're working on right now.
Great. Thank you so much, Evan. And it's great to be here. I have to say, I want to thank you because I've been on the call for a while, and the presentations from some of your local partners, not to mention my co-presenter Louise, are really outstanding and reminding me of the work that we do in the state capitol that is sometimes insulated from the real work going on in communities, and then hearing about all the energy and amazing work that's going on throughout the agencies and elsewhere. So thank you for that. This is, for me, this is a very exciting time in the areas of energy and environmental law and policy. And let me tell you why. First of all, for the first time in a number of years, we have a possible major partnership with the federal government on infrastructure investments and on other actions that are needed that have been left largely to the state and local partners to address issues like clean air, clean energy, and climate change. And we may hear more about that later this week or over the next month. But the notion that the federal government is an important partner to the state. When you think about other investments that have been made in our region, flood protection, for example, or water supply reliability for agriculture, those were partnerships with the federal government, the state government, and our locals, all of whom contributed to and helped develop those systems. Similarly, obviously, with our transportation system. So as we move into this clean energy economy, the role of the state, federal governments, and the local partners that you all have is going to be increasingly critical. So I think that's an important thing. The other thing that's changing at the state level, where I work in the legislature, is the recognition that we have a lot of work to do. We've had kind of an easy, believe it or not, a pretty easy glide path over the last 15 years to meet some of the state established targets. No one knew that renewable energy would be cheaper than, and frankly, per kilowatt hour, lower cost to customers than some of the other alternatives that are out there today. Wind power on the open market and solar power are below, in some cases below 5 cents, maybe even 4 to 3 cents a kilowatt hour, there are issues. There are intermittency issues and other issues that arise with using clean energy. But the fact that it's cheap helps make it a competitive player in the clean energy space. And then lastly, and Luis touched on this too, workforce training and the role that the state government plays in funding our community colleges. I really like the presentation from your presenter from SACOG, who was talking about the importance of the community colleges and this notion that it's not just the private universities or the large UCs, great institutions though they are, that are portholes into training and deploying the new workforce. Our community colleges, our state universities, and other institutions are critically important to launching those efforts. And I think workforce development and education are going to be key as well.
Kip, maybe I'll address the first question to you, although I want to engage both of you in the conversation on this. A lot of the conversations we're having today have been about high pollution communities. And so when we think about the opportunities that we have through infrastructure dollars and in really, you know, getting some great support and investments into clean economy, how can we best impact those high pollution communities and make sure that that we're putting those dollars where they really need to go?
It's a great question. And Luis, you know, there's the real world, the investments that Luis and his organization and many of you are making in the real world to reduce truck pollution in those communities, or to convert facilities over to rooftop solar, or do other kinds of things. But what I would say is the state of California has, at least on the books, a very strong policy to promote what we refer to as environmental justice or funding for disadvantaged communities. I don't like that term because I think these are great communities, but people use that term in the statute. And a lot of our cap and trade revenues and others must by law be dedicated to communities that are more impacted by pollution and that oftentimes don't have the wherewithal to be able to address that pollution. So we do have some strong policies on the books already, both funding wise and to target and assist communities in addressing their pollution efforts, but we can do better. I mean, you know, when I talk to senators in my world, if you talk to a senator from Salinas or from Sanger in the Central Valley, they support electric vehicle charging and that sort of thing. But they also say, I'm not seeing it in my community. I see it in San Francisco. I see it in Los Angeles. I see it in San Diego. I see it in some of the wealthier communities where people can afford to make those investments, but I'm not seeing it in the communities that I represent, where people literally are still having to scrape to find safe drinking water or food or another basic commodities. So we need to do a better job of democratizing these programs and deploying them in ways that make them available to all communities.
Yeah, I would echo that. And, you know, as those dollars are being allocated, 25% of those cap and trade dollars need to be spent in those disadvantaged communities or environmental justice communities. But the problem in many cases is organizations like ourselves or other community-based organizations that are working in this space sometimes don't have the luxury or the ability to access those dollars. There's other, you know, and that's where collaboration needs to be probably heightened up. I think with all the reports and the toolkits that that have been discussed today about, you know, focusing in on different types of areas and the training and the collaboration, I think there has to be collaboration down into the community level as well, because we work there, we understand what's happening, we know what the challenges are of these individuals, and those messaging has to be communicated up to make sure that the right plans, the right programs are implemented. And it's not just about one organization, but there's a myriad of various different community organizations that do things very well. And I don't believe in replicating what somebody else is doing well, but I think it's how can I fit in with working with another organization like Green Tech. We're having discussions because we see that we need to introduce, you know, these opportunities to younger people. And obviously there's been discussion about going into the elementary schools all the way up to high school, and then transition into actual work experience opportunities. And Green Tech is one of those agencies that is working with us so we can identify talent that's younger, move them into our space, give them the opportunity. And they're coming from these communities, and that's what we want to target. We want to elevate those communities by providing better opportunities, living wage job. They can work in their communities versus having to travel to the Bay Area to obtain employment opportunities. And they're also elevating their communities because they're investing their hard work earnings into those local communities, those mom and pop businesses, and improving their neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's a good that's a good segue into something I wanted to dive into, which is kind of small businesses and making sure that small businesses not only have the workforce that they need, but are also poised to be successful in a low carbon economy. Wondering what thoughts you have about that. Maybe start with Kip again.
Well, you know, this is a really good question, and one that I'm, you know, not particularly well suited to answer. What I will say is we've tried to scale programs in a way that allow for both the smallest of small businesses to access funding where needed, but also to allow you know, other larger businesses. And I worry sometimes that we don't do as well on the small business side. I know you all know this, but the state capitol, you know, most people who advocate there have a professional lobbyist, or they have an organization, an association that is helping them. And there are far too few advocates that come in like Luis and say, hey, I'm actually doing this, okay? I'm actually making these investments. Can you make these programs work for me? And I feel like that's sometimes missed a little bit. I do think one of the things we can do, and this is important for this group, is be more flexible at the state level for how the regions design and implement programs and spend money. And I think one of the challenges, particularly for our region in Sacramento and the broader Valley region, is that the strings that the state attaches to the expenditure of some of these funds make it hard for communities like Sacramento and the greater region to be able to get money out the door, because some of the conditions on them may be too rigid for the, you know, the real world, you know, the real world out there that you all are dealing with. So I think we need to look at not being, I mean, we want accountability. Obviously, the public dollar is extremely important to ensure it's spent properly. That's not the issue here. The issue here is communities like Sacramento and our region have great ideas from the ground up, not from the top down, about how to spend these monies. And we ought to make those monies more available and accessible to innovators like Luis and others who want to get out there and actually do good things for the environment and for the regional economy.
Thanks for that, Luis. Anything to add there, thinking about workforce and small business?
Sorry, you cut out for a minute there. What was the question?
I was asking if you had anything to add to Kip's comments about small business and workforce.
Yes. Well, you know, small businesses tend to use a lot of energy, and they're the ones that again don't have the investment dollars to retrofit their commercial spaces, you know, to take advantage of what's available. They're just struggling to get by. The other things is, you know, as we look at clean mobility options, you know, somebody had mentioned earlier about providing training opportunities for those mom and pop repair shops, where those individuals need to understand how to work on these electric vehicles, how to maintain them, how to repair them. There's the other industries too that could be developed to where charging stations obviously are going to be needing to be installed. There are people out there that don't have the contractor's license, don't have the right certifications, but they can work hard and they can do the work if shown. I think there's opportunities to provide some type of entrepreneurial training as well, to help those businesses, small businesses, to become successful and to get the appropriate licensing and then be introduced to those opportunities that others may have to get their business going. That's what I think is important here.
Thank you. And Kip, I know you need to go soon, so I'm going to leave this last lightning round question. We at Valley Vision will often talk about the fact that in Sacramento, as the capital region, we really have an opportunity to be a leader in innovation, especially when it comes to climate policy, because the policies are being made right here in our backyard. And we want to be a test bed and an innovation center where the people who are making those policies can step right out of the Capitol and see them happening on the ground here. What do you see as the, how are we poised to lead in Sacramento, and what do you see as some of our key opportunities?
That's a really great question, and I completely agree with your observation. You know, some of the people I see, my friend Alberto Ayala on the screen up here, and others who have worked at the state level and who have incredible knowledge and expertise about the ability of, for example, the State Air Resources Board to do a better job in taking into account the work that you all do in the region. But I also think you make a really good point, Evan. You know, most of us, if not all of us, live here. I mean, we don't just go into work in the morning and punch a clock and write a law and then go home. We ride transit, we drive on the freeways in some cases. We benefit from the goods and services in the Sacramento region. Many of us are incredibly proud of the agriculture economy in our area, and the you know, some of the really amazing things. I have my friends on the East Coast can't believe that you can go into a store in Sacramento and get a fresh avocado or fresh mango sometimes, or tomato year round. So we have this amazing blessing of actually living and working in a region that is a test bed for a lot of the policies that you are talking about today. And frankly, a successful test bed, one that is doing it well. You also have, and if you don't mind my saying so, you have some incredible leaders at the state level and at the local level. Councilmember Guerra, of course, who is a co-sponsor of this conference. My former boss, who was the pro tem of the Senate, Mayor Steinberg, and of course, some of the other council members, Katie Valenzuela Garcia, who was a staff person in the state legislature, now on the Sacramento City Council. These are people who know how the levers of state government work and know the challenges that we face. But I think your point, your core point, is extremely important, which is, it is true. A lot of legislators get on a plane or get in a car and drive to their districts at the end of the week. But many of them live and work here for 4 days, 5 days a week. And the experience of Sacramento and the leadership that it shows, whether it's on housing development and infill and land use decision making, whether it's on the deployment of electric vehicles, whether it's on clean energy, which I know SMUD and others are leaders on in the state. These are examples that people can walk outside and see every day and say it's doable. This isn't a pipe dream. This isn't a fiction. It's something that we can do and make work. And I think that's incredibly important to decision makers at all levels of government.
Yeah, I think Kip said it well.
Yeah. Good. And Kip, I want to be sensitive to your schedule. Are you still doing okay, or do you need to run?
I'm doing okay. I was supposed to have a call with my boss, the pro tem of the Senate, but she's now delayed. So I'm happy to stay here and delighted to be here with you. So forgive me. I didn't mean to be nervous about it. I just didn't want to miss a call with my boss.
No, not at all. And I appreciate both of your flexibility with timing in our agenda. So that's great. I think, you know, there's so much of our conversation today is about finding and training an inclusive workforce. Louise, from your position on the ground, especially as a nonprofit, what do you see as the challenges and the opportunities in being able to do that?
Well, training is one. Obviously, identifying people. We've been looking for individuals, and obviously through this pandemic, people are home, people are unemployed, but for whatever reason, some are just not searching opportunities. I think the basic skills that are necessary to get into the type of jobs that we're offering is important, and partnering with some of those trade organizations, partnering with some of the community colleges, partnering with other community-based organizations that are providing some of these basic skills and transitioning them into our operation. We can give them other types of training internally that would make them an ideal candidate for us. What we'd like to do is take that knowledge and ability and bring it into the community, where then we can then provide them the basic skills, get them into the in-place training opportunities that we have. Because, you know, we probably work on about 1,000 homes a year. And so getting them the opportunity to apply the knowledge that they learn in class and then applying it to the practicability is very critical, because that reinforces the education component of that training. I think examples like that kind of training is important to provide. And so how do we increase that besides just providing the in-classroom education in the skills training part?
Hey, Evan.
Yeah.
This is Kip. Someone in the chat just raised the notion about working with organized labor, and I think that's a really important piece of this conversation. Our partners in organized labor are very strong on some of the issues Luis mentioned about, skilled and trained workforce. I think we all support the clean energy economy, but if it really is just amounting to minimum wage jobs with no benefits, installing rooftop solar or something to that effect, that's the proverbial kind of example people use. It's really not, building our economy based on the kinds of jobs and benefits and, the kind of experience and skills that we need to do that. And so I do feel like we need to work closely with our partners in labor. And I will tell you, one of the great decisions that was made, I will tell you, over 20 years ago, when the first renewable portfolio standard law was written by the California legislature, the requirement was added to pay prevailing wage for the jobs that were created by those industries. And it was one of the best things that ever happened, because it created high wage jobs for Californians here in the state, and at the same time created this huge bloom of renewable energy throughout the state. And so I do think it's extremely important to work with our partners on the labor side and to make sure that we are able to have jobs that are not simply, end of the line minimum wage jobs. Although obviously there is a role for that, particularly in perhaps for students and others, but to look for the long-term, high wage, highly skilled jobs that are going to really result in careers for many of our Californians who live and work here.
Yeah, thanks for addressing that question in the chat. And I think that's actually a great place to end it. This is really about high quality jobs and leveraging our clean economy to create opportunities, inclusive opportunities into high quality jobs. And so those partnerships are incredibly important. I want to thank both of you so much for being here and having this conversation. It's been just absolutely great to get your insights, both about the on the ground work that's going on, Louise, and about the policy climate across the state and how that's really impacting our region and this pipeline. So thanks to both of you.
You're welcome.
And
Thanks,
I would
Evan.
encourage,
Thank you.
and I know we're a little strapped on time, so if people continue to have any questions, then please put those in the chat and we'll make sure that we try to follow up and get any questions answered. But with that, it is time for us to go to breakouts, I think, although I'll look to Renee and ask if we have another raffle or if that's going to come later.
Thanks, Evan. The raffle's going to come at the very end, so we're going to go to breakouts, and I believe notation from Isa that people are going to be selecting their breakouts. You did select it at registration, but you will need to select it again momentarily.
Great, and maybe if Isa, if you could pull up the slide with the instructions for breakouts, that would be helpful in how we're going to talk it through. But we're going to have 3 breakout rooms for you. They're going to correspond with the sectors that we identified in the earlier session. So that's related to climate smart agriculture, the built environment, and mobility. And I believe you chose which breakout you wanted to do in the registration, but we're going to ask you to choose here real time. So hopefully you either know or remember what you identified, and you're going to have an opportunity to choose which breakout room you're going to. So what you'll want to do is, let's see, I think at the bottom of your menu, there is an option that says breakout rooms. And when you click it, you get these options. So these are the 3 breakout rooms, and you would click join for the one that you would like to join. And don't do this yet, by the way. This is just this is the instruction. And then if you decide you wanted to leave that breakout room, you see when you're in the breakout room, you'll get these 2 options, either leave meeting or leave breakout room. Please don't leave the meeting, leave the breakout room, and that will send you back into the main room, I believe, and give you that option to join a different one again. We're going to have Isa in the main room helping facilitate any problems. And I think I'm going to leave the instructions there, although I'll give my team a chance to say anything that I haven't said. And I also want to make sure that we're introducing the facilitators of each of the breakout rooms. And I think we have a slide on that. If we could see our facilitators, and I'm just absolutely delighted to be introducing these women. We have Dr. Glenda Humiston. She was appointed Vice President of UC Agriculture and Natural Resources in 2015. She was born in California and raised on a cattle ranch in Colorado. And she came to UC A&R with more than 25 years of experience working on public policy development and program implementation supporting sustainability. And we also have Casey Lazan. She's the Deputy Executive Director of Planning and Programs at SACOG. Casey oversees the execution and integration of SACOG's planning, programming, and technical assistance activities. During her 15-year tenure at SACOG, Casey has led collaborative initiatives in land use, housing, transportation, transit-oriented development, and much more. She's a Sacramento native and lives here with her family now. Also pleased to introduce Judy Robinson. Judy Robinson is currently the chair of the Sacramento Area Plug-in Electric Vehicle Collaborative, a multi-sector group of over 140 members from across the U.S. The Sacramento PEV is advancing clean mobility solutions focused on electric vehicle adoption and installation of charging infrastructure. She was formerly the Sustainability and 2020 Census Manager for the Sacramento County. She has over 35 years of experience in local government, community planning and development, parks and open space, sustainability, climate resiliency, and health. So these are going to be fantastic breakouts led by these wonderful facilitators. And maybe we'll go back to the instruction page just to make sure, and I'll invite anyone from my team to jump in and give any further instructions that I haven't done. But we're going to be in breakout rooms for, I believe, until 12:45. So we've adjusted our agenda a little bit, but we want to leave ample time. Our breakout rooms are going to be highly interactive with really the purpose of creating a space for conversation that everybody can join and have a role in. So it looks like our options to join breakout room has come up, and I invite people to go ahead and join the room of your choice. Thank you.
We'll just give folks a couple more minutes because I know there were a lot of folks in the larger room. I'm hoping we get a good sampling. I see we've got 18 so far. Here we go, a few more.
Glenda, I think Grace Kaufman's going to be your technology partner.
Yes, she and I've been direct messaging.
Good, perfect.
And I'm guessing our report outs are only going to be 1 or 2 minutes. I actually think you ought to consider ending these at 12:40 if you're going to get your last 2 speakers in. But that's just my recommendation. Well, we've got 18. I haven't seen anybody else jump in the last few moments. Why don't we go ahead and get started? I'm really excited to have this panel, and the goal here is to really dig into this particular subject a little deeper, in fact, a lot deeper perhaps. And what we really want to do is we want to start thinking about what's the next step? What do we get out of this? What does equitable pipelines to jobs in this sector actually look like? What might be some critical steps, particularly the ones people may not obviously think of? How do we get there? And what kind of challenges should we anticipate? It's critically important to identify challenges before we can actually devise the solutions to get past those challenges. So to kick us off, we've got a few speakers lined up that are going to do a lightning round of about 2 minutes each, 3 at the most, to kind of prime the pump, so to speak. At the same time, I noticed that the chat is still the larger chat. Does that mean we're going to have 3 breakout rooms chat going at the same time? Because I was going to urge people to use the chat. That's going to be tricky.
I believe it's just the folks in the breakout meeting.
Good. Okay. Well, we'll find out as we start. So please do make good use of the chat, because that's a great way to get input. And also our speakers, as they're watching the chat, are able then to add comments there. And that'll let us get a lot more done in this next 35 or 40 minutes. So without further ado, you heard my introduction. I'm really thrilled to be joined by 4 folks who really bring a range, a very diverse array of backgrounds and experiences, as well as angles on this particular issue. I'm going to introduce all 4 really quickly in the order they're going to speak, and then we'll go to them just speaking one right after another. So our first speaker is going to be Carrie Peterson, who is the Director of Engagement, a Regional Director for Ag, Water, and Environmental Tech for the Community College System. We've also got Jacob Holmes with us, who's the Director of College and Career Access Pathways at Woodland Community College. Shri Setharathnam, which again, I hope I didn't murder that, is the California Farm Academy Director. You heard about that earlier when Jenny said that she had been part of Farm Academy. The Center for Land-Based Learning runs that. And then last but certainly not least, Brenda Ruiz is with the Sacramento Food Policy Council. If they want to add another 15 or 20 seconds of intro to each of them, that's great. But otherwise, what I'm looking for is for them really to kind of set the stage. You know, what are some of the opportunities? We know the governor's budget has some significant funding potentially for these activities in there. We know that we've got a lot of partners interested. We've seen some studies and analysis in recent years about opportunities that tie into this. So really, where do we go? What's the next step? What should we be focusing on tomorrow, next week, 3 months from now, and a year from now? So with that, Carrie, please, you're up.
So hi, everybody. Thanks for joining the breakout session. I'm Carrie Peterson, and again, my official title is the Regional Director for Employer Engagement for the North Far North region in the Ag, Water, and Environmental Technology sector. Big, long title. Essentially, what I do is I work with the 15 community colleges that are in the North Far North region. So it includes, my region includes Sacramento over to Tahoe, over to through Yolo County, up through like Lake County, Mendo, and then everything north to the border there. So I work with all the colleges that have agriculture, water, and environmental tech programs. My job is to kind of liaise between the industry partners and the colleges so that as we see these changes coming to look for green jobs, climate smart types of things, we are addressing those changes and what's coming in the curriculum that's being presented to our students, so that when they graduate from our programs, they have the updated and necessary technical skills and knowledge that they must have in order to be employable, be able to get a job that is living wage type of job. And we also want to make sure that we're working with our industry partners to set up internships and work-based learning types of opportunities for our students, so that we can make sure that there is a pipeline that is built for the students to come through our programs and get out into the workforce and be prepared.
Great, Carrie, thank you so much. Jacob.
Sorry about that. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I wrote my piece out to stay within the 3 minutes. So I'm Jake Holmes, the Director of Special Programs at Woodland Community College. One of my areas of focus is dual enrollment. And dual enrollment programs allow high school students to begin taking college classes during their 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. schedules. So they are on their high school campuses earning college credit. We have a 5-year P-TECH grant. Woodland Community College does. Our partnership is with Woodland Joint Unified School District, and this grant focuses on agriculture. Currently, we have our first cohort at Pioneer High School. Next year, we'll have cohorts at both Pioneer High School and Woodland High School. So the focus of our grant is to introduce agriculture pathways at a young age. So we recruit in 7th, 8th grade, and then get students on an ag path while they're in high school. So we target first generation college students and minority populations in the Yolo County area. Our grant so far has been successful in creating relationships with industry leaders in the Yolo County area to provide guest lectures, site visits, and internship opportunities for our students. We have dedicated staff that work to align technical skills and workplace competencies with curriculum and course offerings. We have an industry liaison, Carrie Peterson. She's with us here today. You just heard from her, who helps coordinate with our industry partners in these areas. So that's a quick rundown of our grant that we have in the Yolo County area.
Great, thank you, Jake. Shri.
Thank you, Glenda, and glad to be here. I'm Shri Sethuratnam, the director of the California Farm Academy. And at the Center for Land-Based Learning, all our focus is on creating the opportunities for people to explore and experience careers in farming, whether it be starting their own farms or becoming farm managers or other, at the skilled level. As you all know, or you may not have heard of, we are losing farmers quite rapidly. Currently, the age of our farmers nationwide is 58 years old, and only less than 2% of our population are farmers. So in another 10 to 20 years, we are not going to have the people who will drive our food systems. And a very critical part in this pipeline is providing that experiential learning space. So farm jobs, whether it be farmers or farm labor, the experiential learning is critical, and that's what we do. I'm just going to talk about the about our adult programs. We also work with the youth. In our adult programs, we mostly work with aspiring farmers, mostly from outside of the farm sector. We run training programs and incubator program. And also we have a state registered apprenticeship program where we provide folks who are interested in becoming farm managers or supervisors with the skills needed to fill those jobs. And through our training and incubator programs, we provide the support and skills for people who actually want to start their own farms. And both these categories are the future leaders of our food systems. And I'll stop there.
Great, Shri, thank you so much. And Brenda.
Good afternoon. I'm Brenda Ruiz with the Sacramento Food Policy Council. We propel collective action around equitable and sustainable food and farming in Sacramento County. Currently, our projects are engaged in general plans and land use policy, specifically environmental justice implementation of SB 1000, which looks to ensure that any jurisdiction conducting, a plan update or doing its land use policy integrates equitable opportunity to mitigate climate injustice that occur or happen to marginalized communities, and the intersection of that with land use and food and climate.
Great, thank you, Brenda. So I want to open up just a few minutes for our panelists to try to give a quick answer of their thoughts on these questions we have. I also want to encourage all the participants here, because I did notice in the larger session, especially while Jenny was talking and we were digging into this topic a little bit to set the stage, people were already putting specific challenges and ideas in the chat. To the degree any of you did that and you want to go copy and paste that into our breakout room here, it would help us sort that out a great deal, since there were a very lively chat. There was about 300 chats, I think there was, in the larger room. So that would
I did want
definitely
to
help.
note. I did want to note, Glenda, we do have a poll set up through Menti to kind of capture some of that, suggestions in the comments. So if you'd like, we can go ahead and launch that, and I can kind of show folks how to put their submissions in.
Absolutely. So
Okay.
go ahead and launch that. And while she's doing that, again, if you can throw stuff in chat, that's great. Also, I'll be keeping a close eye on the participant list for anybody raising a hand, because we do want to give folks a chance to talk. We've still got a good 20 minutes or so here. So if people can go to the menti.com, so copy that and paste it into a internet link. There it comes up, and you'll need to enter the code, which she has provided for you, which is 13569029. Submit that.
You can do this either on your phone or on your laptop, whatever works for you.
Great. And there's a chance there right now to go ahead and put stuff in. So while folks are doing that, let's keep the conversation going, though. Give people some time to put some words in there. And Grace, are you going to be able to summarize what you're finding there here in a few minutes?
Yes, so we'll actually upload automatically so we can see it all in real time.
Perfect, perfect. So I think, we did hear a couple earlier speakers talk a lot about access to land. Let's just spend a few minutes on that topic. So do I have some folks that might want to speak for a second on challenges as well as opportunities for access to land? And again, I'm keeping an eye on the participant list for hands raised, especially while we'd have the screen this way. I can't always see people in the pictures. Shri, you had something.
Yeah, access to land for new farmers is a huge issue. It's something that keeps me awake all night, because whatever training we may do in the farming space, if there's not the access to land issue is not solved, all the training tantamounts to nothing. And I think this is a societal problem more than governments have to do it, or nonprofits or other organizations. We have over the years created structures that have put up barriers to access to land. And this is a huge problem which a lot of beginning farmer programs throughout the country are grappling with. And I think there's not a solution to it at this point, but some of the things that are being thrown around are looking at alternate tenure models. Is there a collective way? What about long-term land leases on land trust lands? There are a few examples of that. So we have to look at tenure in a different way than what predominates now is that I have to own the land that I farm.
So one other word that's coming up fairly large on the Menti is urban farming. And I know that some folks have been very innovative in making arrangements to utilize land that might be in urban settings or suburban settings. In fact, I remember a young woman speaking a few years ago in Sacramento about how she had convinced several churches to let her have land in church property to start a business. She was actually doing a full-scale farming operation using those properties. Are there some other experiences or ideas related to urban farming out there?
Hi.
Adelita.
Hi, yeah, this is Adelita, but Brenda, go ahead, you go first and I'll go after you.
Oh, no, I was just going to, thank you, Adelita. Piggybacking on what Shri was saying, one of the big pressures we're seeing right now in some of the land use policy is the high need for affordable housing. And in Sacramento County, in the city of Sacramento, there's a tension, there's a policy tension and an advocacy tension on how to manage those two needs. So, and I think Sacramento County is probably like other counties. But, you know, we have this this dynamic of the rural urban within one county. We have a strong metropolitan core and lots of ag land surrounded in the unincorporated county by lots of ag land. And, you know, the big policy push is to, you know, rezone ag land to, you know, other uses. And so, you know, there's advocacy there. And then there's, you know, incentivizing of as it should for, you know, affordable housing for developers. And so we're paving over our class 1 soils that can't be replaced. They were developed over millennia, you know, and you can't do them again. And so then there's this tension between those two. And I think right now is a really, really key time, because there are multiple plans happening all at the same time. The climate action plan, I think Judy Robinson brought that up in the big chat when we were still in the other space. So we have the climate action plans, we have the GPU or general plan updates for both the city and the county. And then, you know, all of these have to go through the county planning action areas, which are, you know, kind of the subcommittees that happen in the county to debate these topics. And this is where you find conversations like, you know, I don't want the liquor store down to my street, in the same agenda item with, you know, building a 1,000 housing development and, you know, rezoning of the land uses. So I think it's an interesting policy area because, you know, like a lot of these, especially in the climate, the technical conversation is really high. And, you know, folks just want, you know, clean and safe streets in their neighborhood. But we need education for other community organizations and other community groups, you know, to almost get like a fast read on what these land use policy opportunities are, so that they can speak up. Because once they learn about what it is, they're like, well, yeah, we need affordable housing, you know, but you know, there's lots of places to build. Supervisor Center brought something up interesting at their last meeting last week. You know, there's in any housing stock, there's also a healthy amount of vacancy. You know, what is that? What is that healthy percentage, you know, of unoccupied housing? That's just an attrition to people moving, you know, from different things. So I think that's just a big pressure that we're seeing right now in land use policy, is the affordable housing piece. It's really, really major, actually.
It is great. So I've got Adelita, and then Allison Nagel brought up an interesting point about the agri-hood model that maybe she could spend a second on. And then I'm going to go to Carrie first instead of Sheree, since Sheree already had one comment. And I'm going to ask people to really keep your comments short because we don't have a lot of time and I want to get as many people in as possible. So Adelita.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your comments about housing, Brenda. You know, access to land is something we've been, you know, talking about here in Yolo County, and specifically, you know, about we're looking at implementing our climate emergency resolution. And so, of course, we're looking at, you know, transportation, housing, like all of the impacts, you know, of our GHG. But access to land for lower income populations is something we're really concerned about, you know, especially around food deserts. And one of the issues around that is not just land, access to land, but access to water, you know, because if you're going to plant something, you need to water it. And that's just something that I've seen here in some of our areas that are considered food deserts. And I'm talking specifically now about Knights Landing, which is, you know, an isolated rural area of Yolo County. And so that is something that goes hand in hand with access to land, is that access to water. And it's something that we need to consider when we're thinking about, you know, helping communities and in order to achieve that success, you know, in growing food, healthier, you know, food options. Is that water component as well. And I just wanted to make sure that's not forgotten in this conversation.
Great, thank you so much. Carrie?
Yeah, sorry, I was making some notes. So I guess in kind of response to all of it, I think that, you know, agriculture land is less and less every single year for a multitude of reasons, one of which is it may be rezoned for housing. But also, I think we have to remember, you know, you get one at the expense of another. And so, you know, we are very fortunate and blessed to live in a state that has such an amazing climate. And because of that, that's the reason why people like living here and want to live here, but that's also the reason why we can grow the variety, you know, of crops that we grow here, and other states can't grow. You know, we're the only state that's really producing walnuts and almonds and that kind of thing. And so I think we have to kind of keep in mind that, you know, when you look at like the Salinas Valley can grow lettuce year round, and there's very few places on the planet that can do that. And so we're very lucky, but then as we lose our ag land, you know, farmers are responsible for feeding hundreds of people themselves each. And so it really kind of puts a lot more pressure on these farmers that are already really working to use less water, use less inputs, use less pesticides, herbicides. You know, they're really trying to limit, because one, that's what's good for the environment, but it also is good for their pocketbook, because less inputs mean less cost. And so as they're losing the land, they're having to be even more and more efficient, because we also have to look at 2050, the population boom that's coming, and how are we going to address and feed people in that capacity. And then as you know, we're now seeing a lot of farming going up, so they're stacking things. If you like are able to look at it, and I'll look and see if I can find a quick video on YouTube, but if you look at how they farm mushrooms, it's all in stacks in warehouses up to the ceiling. And so you'll start to see lots of kind of creative ways of growing up, because we can no longer grow out. And then on the flip side too, putting more housing, taking ag land out means the production is going to lessen somewhat, and now food costs go up. So, I mean, I think it's how do we keep everything in a very delicate balance? I mean, I think we're incredibly lucky to live in California, but then, you know, the housing prices are higher, but the climate's really nice. And so it's sort of how do we, you know, and there's no answer. We don't know how to balance all of that. It's kind of everything always feels like it's doing this, and we never get to where we can go, okay, we're balanced. So I think it's just something to think about, all of these things that are in play at all times within this industry.
Thank you. So Sheree, I'm hoping you have a very quick comment, because I do want to see what Allison had. And then Fred brought up that he's got an example of leveraging. And actually one of the things we saw as a big word on that screen a while ago was technical assistance. And I think once you get the land and you get the water, and the financing, which is also a big issue, then there's a really huge need for technical assistance all the way through, not just in growing, but in marketing and supply chains, everything related to it. So Shree?
Yeah, I'll be quick, Glenda. Yes, I just want to talk about urban ag and agri-hoods, because we've been involved in both. I think urban ag has huge potential. We put, you know, in our communities, we have a place for children to play, for us to go and pray and learn and you know, to recreate, but we don't have a place to grow food, the one thing that keeps us alive. And I mean, one of the main things that keeps us alive. So we have to rethink that one. Urban ag is a great model in that space, but at the moment, agri-hood is a great model, but at the moment, it's very elitist. It's only in high affluent communities. That is where it is now.
Great. Allison, did you want to add something to that agri-hood comment?
It was more actually a question for the experts on here. Just I've seen the model come up, and I was curious if it would help with some of that tension. So I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, it definitely will, Allison, but at the moment, it is not there as yet.
Great. Cool. So Fred, why don't you share the example you wanted to, and then, you know, in our final moments, I really want to zero in on challenges and preferably with a solution, or at least an idea. And I'd love people to just really kind of think about shouting out a few words of the challenge and an idea or a solution that goes with it. Fred?
So thank you, Glenda. For those of you that haven't met me, I do the same work Carrie does for the San Francisco Bay region. So I'm deeply involved with the urban setting And just as an example of a collaborative project that is taking place, it's in Daly City. So it's collaborative between the San Mateo County Office of Education. They're offering up 2 middle schools that have extra land available through UCANR. So that's the department that Glenda runs. They're providing the technical assistance in urban agriculture. There's a specialist for San Mateo County. It's working with the Boys and Girls Clubs to be the recipients of the education. It's working with the City College of San Francisco, who's providing the horticulture students to do the site plan and the planting and the plant science education. It's working with the City of Daly City and the County of San Mateo County, all working together to create an urban agriculture model for the residents that live around these 2 middle schools. So it's working very well. It's in the planning stage. There's plenty of funding and they've done their initial site plans. So I think if someone has an idea that this aspect of working together is really catching a foothold, and there's many, many projects that can be done. And I think those of us on the call today have the willingness to do it. And I'm just saying, yes, we can. Let's get out there and we can get it done. So thank you for the time,
I think that's
Glenda.
a great example. And I love all the different partners that are involved in that. I see that Sabella's got her hand up, and I know Sabella's made quite a career of bringing a lot of diverse partners together on big projects.
Thanks. And actually, our most exciting project currently is with Fred and Carrie, California Community Colleges, on a project called 100 Jobs to Feed People and Sustain the Planet. We're still sort of in pilot. We plan to launch in a few weeks. And that's really about bringing to the foreground young people who are really excited in all sorts of planet sustaining jobs in food, agriculture, water, and the environment. So stand by and we'll let you know about that in a couple of weeks. But one other resource, I'll post a link in the chat, is called the Collaborative Farming, a toolkit for farming and community. So around the question of land access, there are lots of fascinating models that people are getting land together, farming together, they're collaboratives and collectives, and cities that dedicate land to urban edge agriculture in this sort of urban edge ag park model. So I'll post a link, but you might find it interesting to check out some of the models here, mostly in the States, but also a few abroad.
Thanks, Sabella. That sounds like a fascinating one. I'm definitely going to check that out.
Oh, great.
Other folks that want to speak up? I don't see a hand at the moment. Oh, you're getting us some more solutions there, Grace. Thank you. So community engagement, I mean, that's a huge topic because, and again, I don't want to focus too much on purely urban ag, because when you look at the Sacramento region, 84% of the 6 counties in SACOG are rural. And one of the things we've identified for many years is the power of that urban-rural partnership when we talk about both agriculture as well as all the jobs and the economic development in the supply chains and the processing and the packaging of food and getting it to the customer, and agro-tourism and restaurants and just everything in that ecosystem. So some other thoughts on where there might be some opportunities in that particular jobs or economic development sphere? Juliet.
I'm sorry, wasn't going to exactly respond to your question, but I was very interested in your framing of working with more rural communities. And I'm wondering if there's examples of anyone in this breakout room of folks that have worked in high road partnerships with employers in food processing in particular, but noting that, agricultural workers are sometimes least empowered in the workplace. Where have you seen examples of where you can find high road employer partners that would be willing to work along the lines that we've been discussing today? Thank you.
Anyone on the call have some examples, high road opportunities?
Glenda, it's Fred again. And not a specific high road example, but I was on a call with CEOs of 3 of the major leafy green growers in Salinas last week. And one of them used the term, "We are now in the labor creation business. We cannot get enough workers. So we've designed out and built a mechanical engineering team, and we're staffing it with former field workers. The field workers know what the job entails, and they're driving the design between the robotics and the automation and the tools that we have to build to create labor for getting our products to market." So a new term to me, but labor creation was his concept on how to address these new jobs, and using the field workers and giving them higher skills was allowing him to move forward.
Great, thank you. Carrie, I know you had a little bit of information about some of the potential budget that we all could look at. Do you have a couple slides maybe to show us some of that budget info? And what we've got here, folks, is what's proposed in the state budget, and it hasn't necessarily been passed, so advocacy is still potentially in order. But it is good to know that there's a lot of interest in this field and interest in funding efforts to move it forward. Carrie, I think you can share screen, can't you?
Yeah, I can't. It won't let me. It says the host disabled the participant screen sharing. So if
would you like to show your presentation?
Yeah, do you have that, Grace?
Yep. Pull that up.
And actually, I'm gonna probably defer more to, I mean, I put the slides together, but I will say that Fred has kind of been, this has been his big topic of conversation, and just how much the governor's proposed budget has to do with agriculture and our sector. And so, Fred, did you want to kind of go through, or I don't mind going through too, whatever's easiest.
I'd be glad to, Carrie. The emphasis here is this is a little over $13 billion that the governor is proposing to address climate change, sustainable agriculture, environmental protection, and natural resources. So Carrie's outlined all of the components of this, but there's $1 billion for climate change and 580 million for sustainable agriculture. And next slide, please. Natural resources, 7.4 billion, and environmental protection, 4.3 billion. So when we look at this in the full scope of it, this is a significant amount of emphasis that the governor and we hope the legislature will put towards taking care of the planet through agriculture, through better management of our natural resources, through wildland fire prevention and protection, through forest management, so we can utilize what comes from the forest for building up a resilient economy and the wood products that come from that. It also gets into the fishery, the conservation, the national parks, the state parks. So this is all things that are good for us, good for society, and good for people in general. Thank you. I just, in the essence of time, I'll kind of let it go at that.
Thank you for that. Actually, I find that quite heartening, because goodness knows there's been many of years where there was no mention or no budget whatsoever for a lot of these activities. So it is exciting to see that. And I do know, like, for example, UC Cooperative Extension, we're working very closely with CDFA in particular and other state agencies, the legislature, to really try to get that funding out, get it into the hands that it needs to be, and make sure that technical assistance as well as that research is there. Jenny, I think I saw you still on this. You want to offer anything on that, or am I putting you on the spot? Wouldn't be the first time, would it?
I don't think I have anything additional, but yeah, Glenda, as you said, this, especially the sustainable ag, that is the first time we've actually proposed and have a whole chapter in the state budget on sustainable agriculture. So very, very exciting. Thank you, Fred. So we're really excited about that. And yes, the increased interest, and of course, as we see with wildfires and the announcement that just happened this morning on increased funding for, to make sure that we're managing our forests, I think is really important as well. So while I love agriculture, we know that there's a lot that we need to do in forest sector as well.
So
one thing I'll just say, because I saw farm to school, and that's another big one. And especially as we're thinking about jobs, there's just a really big opportunity to connect farmers with schools, and that just increasing the livelihoods of everyone, and then also addressing nutrition for students as well.
I will say, Jenny, that Nick from Farm to School contacted me when Governor Newsom's wife was going out to do some tours of some schools, and he said, you have to have her see the community colleges. She has to come out. So she was really great. She came out and saw what the community colleges were doing, which I think there was a disconnect there, because I think you think FFA and that kind of thing, and you don't think about what's happening after they get out of K-12. And so I think it was a great opportunity to show her the kinds of things that students are learning after they get out of high school. So it was, and she was great, had lots of questions. It was a great visit.
I do have to throw in 4-H since you mentioned FFA, because that's, again, one of our major pipelines, getting kids interested, not just in farming itself. And I think that's a key message all of us really need to think about, because, agriculture isn't just farmers and farm workers. There's a lot of jobs and a lot of need for jobs and people to fill those jobs all around food and ag and everything related to it. So we got to think about that. Sabella, is your hand up from before, or did you have it up again?
Well, I put it up again if you have a sec. I just wanted to mention that there is a bond measure right now, AB 125, going up to the Ag Committee, I think on April 15th. But this really is the first time for California food and what we're calling a food and farm resilience bond for short, at around $3 billion. And it has 4 pillars. One is for climate smart ag. Another one is for the health and safety of food and farm workers. Another one is anti-hunger, and another one is food and agricultural infrastructure. Great coalition, very wide coalition, very strong representation from groups who was totally focusing centering equity in this conversation. So take a look. I think there's a lot to support, and a lot of language in there around supporting and bringing money to many of the things that have been raised today.
So I see a couple of really good questions in here. We've only got about 4 minutes. So maybe Fred, because they called you out by name, if you could think for a moment on a quick answer on how the SAC region in particular can benefit from this, that would be great. But there's a really great question down here about billions available and how do individual farmers get their hands on some money to really make this happen? And that's a really great question. Does anybody want to take a shot at that? It's a tough question.
One of the things that we did propose in the January budget is a small farmer support program. So some of it goes to technical assistance, or is proposed to go to technical assistance through things like cooperative extension, as well as nonprofits, but then also is micro grants, so that direct small, medium-sized farmers can get that direct access as well.
And Jenny, I have a feeling one of the things we really need to look at that kind of fell off the radar the last few years is that access to capital. And especially sometimes it's such small amounts, 5, 10, 20,000, and there's just not an easy place to get that. There are some community development financial institutions in the state that have expressed interest. Maybe a follow-up to this is really to see where we can get some of them really moving on this and get access to the capital they need. Fred, back to you real quick.
Thanks. I was avoiding that question because it's a hard one. My suggestion is like Jenny's on this call, the undersecretaries and the secretaries of natural resources, environmental protection, the new climate coalition, and agriculture would be the place I would start for resources for the Sacramento region. There's a tremendous amount of grant money. It's just figuring out who is accepting the applications for that. And I would just refer the questioner to those agencies to try and get dialed in. The OPR, Office of Planning and Resource, they have a grant guide that you can subscribe to that will push out the grant opportunities, and then just review that for your area of interest. Would be my initial suggestions. Thank you.
And I saw that Brenda put something up in the chat, and also Sonia, you've got your hand up. Sonia.
Yeah, so I did reach out to, there's many organizations that offer grants, they offer technical assistance, they offer so many things for small farmers.
Bodipo Memba. Morning, Jose. Jose is the Director of Sustainable Communities for the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, otherwise known as SMUD. The Sustainable Communities Program aims to bring environmental quality and economic vitality to communities in SMUD service area through partnership alignment. Jose has 18 years of environmental sustainability and urban planning experience through California, covering a range of project and community types. Jose is active in the community, serving as chair of the Urban Land Institute Sacramento District Council, a member of the ULI National Public Development Infrastructure Council, a member of the Center for Fathers and Families Board, the North State Building Industry Association, Sacramento Hispanic past chair of the Sacramento Planning and Design Commission, and past board chair of Next Move Sacramento, negotiating their merger and acquisition with Goodwill of Northern California. And our last panelist is Mark Dorfer. Hi, Mark. Mark is the Chief Operating Officer at PEM Motion USA and Acting Director of Technology and Innovation at the California Mobility Center. PEM Motion is consulting and an engineering company focusing on sustainable futures, offers over a decade of experience in conceptualizing, realizing, and accelerating solutions for sustainable technology. Mark himself matches that experience in the field of hardware innovation. And prior to his engagement at PEM, Mark worked for the Laboratory of Machine Tools and Production Engineering with the RTWH University in the fields of sustainable factory planning, innovation management, and business development. So with that, we are going to play a quick video. And it's I am ZEV. I'm a ZEV, and ZEV, for those that don't know, stands for Zero Emission Vehicles.
Seems like we have visual, but not sound. Yeah, I think we have visual, but no sound.
There's no sound. It's music. That's a good thing.
I'm imagining a little cumbia in the background, if anybody's asking.
Well, the important point here, and I think that's one of the ways that we certainly want to take a look at not just this session, but also the whole summit, is clean mobility comes in many, many different forms. It's walking, it's biking, it's the electric bikes, it's scooters, it's the electric shuttles, it's the buses, it's hydrogen and electric vehicles. It's a whole lot of different things. It's electric car share. And so we really want to look at it in the huge, huge bandwidth that clean mobility actually encompasses. So right now we're going to jump into some brief presentations from our panelists, and they're going to just give a few short comments about their work and their work in the mobility sector, and then we're going to transition into questions. So Chris, we are going to start with you, my friend, and Simeon, you will follow Chris Flores.
Thank you, Judy, and I want to thank Valley Vision, Air Quality District, and Councilmember Guerra for putting this forum on. It's been tremendous to hear the presentations before this, and so I'm honored just to be on this panel and share a few thoughts. As Judy mentioned, I'm a special assistant to the CEO here at Sacramento Regional Transit. I'm pretty sure you guys are pretty familiar with who we are, but just by way of background, we serve a 400 square mile area in Sacramento County, providing fixed route bus and light rail service, as well as on-demand bus smart ride service through a microtransit program that I'll talk about, and ADA paratransit service. Pre-pandemic, we were providing about 22 million trips annually, with our ridership increasing. And so obviously, I think with this panel, I was very excited to be able to participate, because public transit is very intrinsic to kind of the three topics we're discussing here. Obviously, it plays a huge role in our climate goals. And we saw, as the earlier presentation, that over 50% of our greenhouse gas emissions are from the transportation sector. So how can we do better on that? And I know the Mayor's Climate Commission laid out a blueprint that we can talk about a little bit later. But we also are huge on justice and inclusion. Over 50% of our riders don't own a car. Many of our riders, actually over 88% of our riders have an income of less than 75,000 household income. So I think we're intrinsic to that. And obviously, on the third point on workforce development and jobs, we connect people to jobs. And as you've seen with this pandemic, a lot of those who are traveling still are frontline essential workers, and they don't have the privilege of being able to work from home. And these are disproportionately people of color or of low income neighborhoods. So how can we better serve those? So just with that, I'm interested in hearing what the others have to say, and looking forward to making this an interactive discussion.
Wonderful, Chris. Thank you. And for folks in our group, there's an article in today's B about the Smart RT, which is a neighborhood shuttle, and we'll talk about that more as part of our neighborhood mobility solutions. So Simeon, you're next, and Jose, you're on deck.
Okay, well, thank you, Judy. I do have to thank you, Judy, because since this ZEV movement has kind of started in Sacramento, you've always been encouraging and kind of guiding and leading Green Tech and myself in the direction to really help our community get involved. But absolutely, I want to thank Valley Vision and Councilman Guerra, who's always been supportive as well, in the city of Sacramento, and Sacramento Air Quality Management District, Dr. Ayala, all have been very supportive to Green Tech's movement. And I'm going to start a little bit my presentation by like a scenario situation that's very real. We were also fortunate to be partners with Valley Vision and Air Quality Management District on a recent grant to monitor the air quality in north area of Sacramento and in Oak Park. And we won that grant, and currently we're in the process of working with the community to determine where these air monitoring systems should go. And during one of our programs meetings, some of the community members were saying, we've been tested, and we've tested over and over and over and over and over again. We kind of feel like we know what the problem is. And we know that ARB, as well as specifically SAC Air Quality Management District, they have been doing a lot of tests in the past. But this is a little closer to the community, than the community get involved in doing it. But the community wanted to know, well, what are we doing about it? We know that the air quality is poor in our communities. And so I had to chime in and let them know that, Green Tech with our partners have really kind of started pushing towards mitigation with our mobility hub. Because our mobility hub is an opportunity to begin to promote alternative fuel vehicles, zero emission vehicles, in a way that the community can also get involved. It's just not hearing about it anymore. They can kind of touch it, feel it, see it, and be a part of it. And so for those who are not aware, Green Tech has broken ground on property in Del Paso Heights on the corner of Grand Avenue and May. And when we are complete, it's going to be essentially a parking lot with a parklet, and we'll have 4 electric vehicle charging stations. And with working with community car share, we'll have electric vehicles on that property, as well as 8 hydrogen fuel cell vehicles that were donated by Toyota. With the 8 hydrogen fuel cell cars, we're actually going to pick up Green Tech students and take them to their to job training that Green Tech provides in the areas of weatherization and agriculture and the entire kind of gamut of protecting our environment and potential jobs. And we'll also pick up single parents working with the Black Child Legacy Campaign and taking them to the social service needs that they have. And we'll be taking seniors to doctor's visits. The key to involving the community and helping them get to where they go, that's one thing, but doing it in the zero emissions vehicles and educating our young people about the toxic particulates that the internal combustion engine vehicle is putting into the atmosphere, educating them about that, and then having them participate in the process of converting to ZEVs, we feel is vital, and we're very proud and happy. I've put in the comments, and I'll do it again, a link to a couple of videos that we've created, and we're continuing to create more videos to kind of illustrate the work that we're doing in this industry. But you know, we also, I've always talked to the young people about the whole public transportation gamut, riding bikes, being healthy, and also helping to get more of these internal combustion engine cars off the road, walking, being healthy lifestyle, but also making sure that they are aware that these ZEVs right now, some are expensive and they're fancy and they're cool. Some are not so expensive, but they're practical and they can get you where you need to go. And so just trying to really, and then of course, working, you know, with RT to know that public transportation is still viable. And we've taken our students to the light rail maintenance yard. And so we've taken them to the light rail maintenance yard to show them a couple of things. One, that the light rail is an electric car, right? It's an electric vehicle, but also to show them that there are potential jobs in this industry that is growing. So I'll leave it at that for now, and just wanted to go ahead and introduce ourselves. Thank you all.
Thank you, Simeon. You gave us a ton of stuff that we're going to be addressing in the questions, so which is great. Thanks. Okay, Jose and Mark, you're on deck.
Thanks, Judy. Really good to see you. And like Simeon said, thank you for being a leader and a champion. And I can honestly say when I first stepped in this role as Director of Sustainable Communities, you were one of the first people I talked to. You were on the phone, you had the ideas, you got us in the room, and I appreciate you just continuing to lead that way. So very honored to be on this panel. And again, my name is Jose Bodipo-Memba. I represent SMUD in their Sustainable Communities group. And it's really important for SMUD to have this conversation regarding mobility, because when we rolled out our Sustainable Communities Initiative, we really want to make sure that one of the key components of a community really being truly sustainable was access to multiple modes of mobility and making sure those mobility options were zero emission. And like Judy mentioned, it's more than just EV vehicles, but that's a key component. And one of the key things we realized when we started this process, we want to make sure that it was rolled out in an equitable manner. And we started out taking a look at some of the mapping that was being done and identifying where public EV charging currently exists. And not surprisingly, and I put the link in the chat, you know, where those EV locations are is not where the folks who need it the most are. And so one of the things we're trying to do is take that data and ensure that as we roll out our 2030 zero carbon emissions plan, which just was released, and I also put the link to that as well, that we're ensuring that there's a true equitable component that's a part of our rollout. So it's not just good enough for SMUD to be zero emissions in terms of our activities, or even for our region to reach that at a certain time and space, but to make sure that every community benefits from that. And what Simeon mentioned before about the hub, Grand Region Hub in Del Paso Heights, we're happy to be a partner as a part of that. Mark's going to talk a little bit about the California Mobility Center. SMUD was a leader in helping get that started as well, because we see the future in innovative electric and other options, mobility options, being here, centered here in Sacramento. But I just want to share a couple of pieces of information for some folks and some community members who may say, this is here, but it's not for me, or it's going to happen way in the future. I mean, Mercedes is looking at going all electric by 2022. You have Volkswagen going all electric or hybrid by 2030. You have Jaguar, who's already started phasing out all their vehicles in 2021. Volvo saying by 2023, all of their gas-powered vehicles will likely be phased out. In that space, also we have Toyota, GM 2023, Toyota 2021 phasing out, Mazda is already phasing out. The reality is this future has to be met right now. And we have to ensure the communities that need those that support the most have that access and have that infrastructure. And SMUD and our 2030 plan are trying to make sure that we can plan ahead so that everyone can benefit from the zero emissions future and the innovative, great mobility options that the CMC and others are going to develop. So I'm looking forward to a really fun and exciting conversation here. Honored to be a part of it.
Wonderful. Thanks, Jose. And you reminded me that Petaluma is the first U.S. city that's going to be banning new gas stations. So there's a lot of movement in that direction. Okay, Mark, let's hear from you, please. Thanks, Jose.
Yes. Yeah. Good morning or good evening. It is actually for me right now. To all of you, I'm pleasure to be part of this group. Maybe just one short anecdote to Jose just now. I don't know. I thought it was already April Fool's Day this morning when I read Volkswagen going to actually being Volkswagen for the US now. They're actually doing a whole rebrand. They're not even calling themselves Volkswagen anymore. So they're really committed right there. And we'll see how we can be part in helping them with that new brand or that new name. Anyway. For us, as PEMMotion, you already mentioned earlier, we are really focused on accelerating anything or any technologies that help us in a more sustainable future. Obviously, mobility is a strong part of that. That's where our roots lay. We started off back in Germany by designing an affordable four-wheeled utility vehicle and bringing it to the market within 4 years. But our main mission actually is not just to design the product or anything or bring that to the market. That's part of it, but it's actually really to empower both individuals and ecosystems, build and empower ecosystems to make that innovation process into a more sustainable future actually a possibility. So what we've done back in Germany and what we've started doing now with the California Mobility Center in Sacramento is really bring together academic research, educational institutions with the industry players that are in the market and the regulatory authorities so that all those parties can benefit from each other. And that helps us not only accelerate the innovation, but for us in Aachen, it actually created opportunities for regional talent to stay where they studied, where they grew up, where they got their education, that created new jobs for the whole region, a whole new ecosystem of indirect jobs that came out of that, out of these innovations that came out of the factory. And the idea here really is not only to make or create a system where students are job ready and can then enter, but like have a continuous training process where they can react to the market when it pivots, because as we see now with the future mobility market, it's not just going that way and it's just battery electric vehicles now, it's just fuel cells. So it's shifting, like depending on what kind of news media or whatever you access every day, it shifts basically every day, and the workforce from tomorrow needs to be prepared for that. And so this continuous training process, rather than saying, okay, I get trained to this point and now I'm good to go, we need to make that a more adaptive training process. We need more on the job trainings, and within this ecosystem, by bringing industry expertise, academic research, and the regulatory authorities closer together, I think that's the first step for this, and that's what we're trying to do with the CMC in Sacramento. And I'm just going to keep it at that because I see we're already quite good on time here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mark. Thank you to all of our presenters. Yes, and as a time check, all the breakouts are going to close at 12:40. So we're going to be doing a lightning round. Caitlin, can you put up our first question, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and share screen here. Alrighty.
Okay, folks. What are the biggest opportunities? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to let folks know. So you can actually take this poll using your cell phone or also using your computer as well. I'm going to go ahead and drop in the chat. We're going to go to menti.com and use the code you see on that screen. Code, excuse me, let me just move my Zoom bar here. 46632998. I'm also going to go ahead and paste that in the chat here. But if everyone could go on and answer that first question, I think as folks start answering, we'll see in live time us, answering this question for this first one, and we'll go ahead and see folks' responses as they pop up. So again, encouraging everyone to go to menti.com and input that code, which will connect you to our poll here.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I'll just be some background noise, but some of the things that we've been doing with the Sacramento area PEV Collaborative is taking the technology, taking the resources that so many of our members have actually created, and then listening to what the residents need, what the community members need, what are some of their barriers, and matching those up. What we deem as barriers to, clean mobility and transportation may not be anything that the community needs. And so until we start addressing at the community scale what their needs are, and then bring in our added technology and programs, to meet what their daily needs are, we're still going to have a huge disconnect. And so, more frequent transit, which is great, but if it's not convenient, if it's still not taking folks to where they need to go, then it becomes more of a disservice than a service. Education, it was in the chat that I think Jaime may have mentioned that, so many folks in our underserved communities don't even know about green technology, don't know about electric vehicles, never mind that it's something that is totally achievable as an industry that they can, receive training and get a job and has huge career opportunities, all the way up to the chain between what Simeon's doing, California Mobility Center is doing. Huge opportunities. So do folks verbally want to weigh in? You can just unmute yourself and add some comments and perspective.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a first stab at kind of this one, and I appreciate reading all those answers. I'll say, obviously, we saw and when Monica presented earlier that transportation mobility is changing as SACOG's kind of conducting their next generation transit study and so forth. But how can we be intentional about our investments to make sure it's kind of helping all sectors and all individuals? And, we've, in the last 3 years or so at SAC-RT, we've really tried to implement a few of these. One of the things we're very proud to do is work with our partners to be able to make K through 12 students free system-wide, with the hope that will help build riders, get them used to the system, understanding the importance of taking public transit and addressing climate change. In that program, we saw 127% increase in ridership as soon as we implemented a few months after, but obviously the pandemic did change things. I saw transit frequency listed on there. We reimagined our entire system of bus network, and we focused on frequency and on key corridors and disadvantaged communities where we could really try to provide the most benefit to the community. And so that, I think, was an important one we wanted to do. We actually lowered fares for the first time in agency history a couple years ago, and we saw that the price point is really sensitive for a lot of the riders. And currently one program we're kind of very proud to be, we launched March 1st, was to provide free rides to COVID vaccine appointments with Sacramento County Public Health. And if you can, and we've seen over 1,000 rides since that began, a lot of them on our ADA paratransit service. And you can imagine many of those individuals are on a fixed income, and what, you know, $10 a day means to them back in their pocket is really huge for them. We've also tried to launch more convenient service. So how can we integrate, like Simeon talked about, in mobility hubs. So we've worked with Jump Bike and Gig Car and others, so that you really don't have to feel like you have to have a car and that you're going to be stranded downtown without any options if, you know, light rail's not going to go where you're trying to go. So we really want to work with people on those. So I'll leave it at that. I have a few more things I would touch on, but I know panelists and time.
I'll jump in real quick, Chris. I think the education is showing up big here. I just want to build off of that, and the great work that Chris is doing, definitely helping us get there. But I think a lot of folks need to understand the why behind this mobility question. Is why is it so important for us to look at alternate mobility modes? If folks don't realize and understand how it's impacting their quality of life, their air quality, the asthma risk, all the things that really contribute to quality of life, this may not necessarily arise in the hierarchy of needs of some of our communities. So I think letting folks understand the why, and then Simeon brought this up earlier, letting folks understand that if we're talking about ZEVs specifically, that it isn't just Tesla, like Simeon said, there's so many other options that are available, because a lot of times when we have these conversations, it starts off as an inequitable conversation because it seems like we're just talking to that highest income range and talking about transition to EVs. So I think understanding the why, understanding the many ways in which folks can improve the quality of life, like Chris said, it's why is a scooter a valuable mode of transportation? And then what other infrastructure improvements are needed to make that a safe mode of transportation, so that, like, maybe the history of our region, where bigger is better and the more gas and a louder engine is the better car, and shifting that to, wow, I want to make sure that my kids will live a long life, and let's start transitioning our mindset. That starts with education, and it doesn't just start with us, quote, educating communities. It's also us understanding what communities need, so that we can right size the solutions that meet the needs on a day-to-day basis. So that's why I say that would be a big opportunity for equity. And I think the other part is just using the data that's out there to understand that the needs of certain areas are greater than the needs of other areas, and it's okay to realign and resupport funding to meet that need.
Yeah, and
Excellent.
I'd like to jump in right there. And I mean, we see education really in the middle here, and education is actually really the enabler for all the bits and pieces that are around it right now. So it also creates acceptability, and you need acceptability to, for example, think past mobility just being a car, or in the automotive sector. I mean, the future of mobility is so multilateral that we will need to be looking at various kinds of business models across not only it's not only the Teslas and everything. It's maybe not even taking a bike, just going by foot, but creating the opportunity that becomes more attractive. So mobility has to be thought all the way from, yeah, I'm going to walk from A to B, to having that combination of different mobility options, and for that we need to kind of bring together or think mobility past this as being car manufacturers. It's also city planners, etc., that come into place here, about like these wholesome, sustainable concepts that work together. And I think, again, that brings us back to the baseline of educating people on why we actually need that, to create that acceptance to actually make these models work then in the end. Otherwise, they're just going to be nice PowerPoint presentations in the end.
Absolutely. And so I'm doing a time check, and we're going to move on to our next question. I do want to call attention to some of the conversations in the chat, however, that really have to do with equity and barriers. And I want to applaud the Air District and Breathe California, because, you know, we're talking about these automobiles, but there's individuals that, because of their history and their background, people don't have a driver's license. And so they've been doing work with individuals to expunge whatever was the barrier that lost their license in the first place, so that they can get their driver's license and take access to this, and maybe even, get a driving job or something along those lines. But we just make assumptions, and we really need to get down to truly what the barriers are so that we can clear the way. Oh, so perfect timing. What are the biggest injustices in mobility? So please respond to this question.
That should prompt you to move on to this next polling question. I think will pop up on your screen here, but let me know if folks are having any issues.
So as folks are loading up and populating the screen, certainly there, between redlining and a lot of the histories of community development, those have really created, access and barriers and many other injustices in adjusting, mobility and different policies and those types of things. But as part of it, today we have some real opportunities to look at what some of the best and smarter solutions are, so that we're actually solving problems instead of adding to burdens that communities continue to live with today. And so, as we're taking a look at some of the different injustices and some of the different solutions, how can we turn those into opportunities? And then, of course, make those corrections with an equity lens. So who would like to jump in on some of the biggest injustices in mobility?
I can go ahead. I'll just say, from a public transportation perspective, as we look at the emerging trends in transportation and mobility, it's not equally distributed, and we have to be intentional. I know there's a lot of, the private sector offers a lot of great benefits, and new technologies are coming on and really transforming things. But, bottom line is, they're motivated by profits. And so we need to either regulate or make sure we're kind of making sure our investments are going and how we want to do them. I mean, I've seen the example of, if you're in South Sacramento and you want to catch an Uber, it's not equal to if you're in downtown and you're trying to go to the airport. See how long it takes you to get a ride, or if you get denied, or so forth. With surge pricing, or if you're in a wheelchair, it's not equal for everybody, right? So, SAC-RT, we're subject to Title VI changes. So anything we do is under the scrutiny of FTA to make sure we are, abiding and equally, not disproportionately harming any one community. And I'll say just one more thing about SmartRide, because I alluded to it earlier. It's our on-demand micro transit service, and we've been intentional to try to launch these in disadvantaged communities in areas where we don't have fixed route bus service, so that we can provide a service to those who didn't necessarily have access to SAC-RT before, and we can become more relevant. And the fact that it's on demand, these regional trips have been really utilized for grocery stores, medical appointments, and in fact, we saw our highest ridership month during the pandemic last summer. So it was interesting to see, while other services were declining in ridership, SmartRide was going up.
Thanks, Chris.
Judy, there's the other piece. There's an economic piece. I see cost is here. I think that the cost component is a definite injustice that's tied to what you talked about before, the historic systemic planning and design practices that are rooted in redlining and things of that sort. So the communities that have access to, and I'll use this as an example, in Atomas, if you go to where their largest retail area, there's public EV charging there. There's pathways, bike lanes, the whole nine. If we're not able to invest that same level of infrastructure in amenities in our underserved communities, those resources don't come, they don't follow. And so I think that the biggest injustice is that they're all, the intersectionality of all these components is that if we aren't able to provide the jobs in the region or the housing in the region, then these other resources don't come along with it. So it's really one of those things where it's going to take us being very intentional, going back to the Brookings Institute study and being very forthcoming in investing in those communities that need it the most. And I'm really proud to be on a panel with a number of organizations that are doing that. And that there's folks that aren't on this panel, whether it's Jaime Lemos and his group there, that are trying to find projects like the one that Simeon is doing. But the reality is this didn't start yesterday. We really have to take a look at the economic impact, the fact that it's a lot easier to come up with mobility solutions when you have amenities in close proximity to get from point A to point B. And I just think about the rollout of the jump bikes. Where did that start? It started in the center, and it took the folks on this call to push really hard to get those individuals to look at South Sacramento, to look at Del Paso Heights, to look at other areas. How do you make sure that doesn't happen in the future? I think we can't forget the intersectionality component.
Excellent point. Thank you very much, Chris and Jose. And we're going to move to our next and final question. As Caitlin brings that up, but in the chat, some excellent points were raised. We're not even making it safe in our communities for people to walk and bike, and that should be a basic human right. But we've got a planning department and a transportation department, and we need everybody to come together, with an umbrella of goals that we're all trying to achieve, so that we do have safe and accessible mobility. So, Caitlin, our last question for today.
Alrighty, I know we sort of started talking about this, but our last question is regarding inclusive solutions and diverse suggestions, kind of ending this on a note of how we can take action. But yeah, I would love to hear from some folks who haven't had the chance to speak yet.
Great, go ahead and keep adding here. Taking a look at some of the comments in the chat, and I was hearing some stories about people being excited with the mobility center to come along because they would be able to use rideshare for students to get to and from school and know that it was going to be safe for them, and that it was going to be convenient so that they could stay for after school activities, and then know that they've got a safe ride back home. So, I mean, again, there's things that just aren't on our radar, that when we start engaging with the community at deep levels that many on this call are doing, then we get to the right solutions that truly help individuals and raise them up. So we've got a great list here. Folks that haven't spoken yet, folks that aren't outside, not on the panel, want to raise some comments, speak to some of these points? Just please unmute.
Looks like folks are shy today.
They are.
Anyone have any good solutions?
Maybe folks are hungry.
I'll say something here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So my name's Raphael. I'm with the California Workforce Development Board, and I'm also a lifelong Sacramento resident. Long-time listener, first-time caller. No, I'm kidding. But so, I mean, I'm familiar with, Simeon's work. We're funding the CMC. That's fantastic. There's a lot of great things. I've been involved in, transportation equity and advocacy, and it's just a long history of, activism in Sacramento. And we're blessed to have like flat land, and we can, use bikes and scooters. And I used to do the e-bikes to work from downtown to my state office. But the landscape's totally changed, with COVID. And so, especially with buses, we're wondering what the impact will be and what the sustainability will be in ridership for RT and other public transit agencies, for example. Are people going to feel safe to get back on the bus? And I just think that it's really important to have folks from the community that, work in public transportation, drivers, mechanics, and just everyday users who have to get from point A to point B, have as many options as possible I think SAC has been, kind of ahead of the curve with regards to, switching to natural gas early on and lower emissions compared to diesel. But we could electrify.
So what we are going to do first, though, we are kicking off with a few conversation starters. These are actual people. There's folks on our panel. They are experts in their field. They come to us with passion and a lot of experience. And so what I'm actually going to do, I have some bios for them, but I want to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves. So I'm going to ask our panelists if you would give an introduction to yourself and why you are here, 2 minutes or less. And we're going to start off with Rebecca Casey. Let's go.
All right, well, I'll be really quick. Rebecca Casey, I'm the Deputy Director for Grid Alternatives North Valley. I've been working for nonprofits my whole professional life, so for like 20 years, and yeah, I have a passion for clean energy and the environment, and working for Grid, I have an amazing opportunity to experiencing the diversity in the communities all across the North State. And coming to Grid from working in water quality and water quantity with the University Research Foundation, coming to Grid was an interesting opportunity to through renewable energy technology, see the way the built environment really impacts individuals' quality of life, and yeah, experience culture through the provision of technology is pretty cool.
Thanks, Rebecca. And we are going to go next to Kendra Macias-Reed.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Kendra Macias-Reed. I'm the Deputy Director with the Franklin Neighborhood Development Corporation, and I'm also a Planning Commissioner for the City of Sacramento. And my husband and I also own a small construction business in the Sacramento area. I wanted to just mention briefly some of the policy and advocacy work that I do around the built environment. So the Franklin Boulevard District is located in South Sacramento, so it's west of Highway 99, south of 12th Avenue, and it's an underserved, aging commercial corridor. And so we've been advocating over the last 5 years for more investments in clean and equitable infrastructure. We have a complete streets project that we've been trying to raise money for the last 5 years, and that is promoting alternative modes of transportation, use of innovative stormwater runoff management systems, providing more trees and landscaping to reduce the urban heat island effect and to promote cleaner air. We also have a microenterprise and empresario program that we run 100% in Spanish that supports our minority entrepreneurs. And what that does is help them gain access to marketing skills, computer literacy skills, and how to access capital so that they can be successful in running their small business. These are minority-owned businesses, a lot of Latino and Hmong-owned in our district. One thing that we haven't mentioned briefly, I wanted to say, is that when we talk about meeting our workforce in the middle and meeting them where they're at, we really haven't mentioned language barriers. And so again, our microenterprise program is 100% in Spanish. We'll be kicking off our 4th cohort next month, and really providing access skills training in their native language is going to be critical to our success. So thank you for having me.
We're so glad you're here, Kendra. And then we also, let's see, going to Matt Newtonboom. Where are you, Matt? Please give an introduction to yourself.
Hi, good morning. How's my mic working today?
Great.
Excellent. I am the training director of the Sacramento Area Electrical Apprenticeship. We're a 5-year state registered apprenticeship program affiliated with Local 340 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I am a citizen of Sacramento. I was born and raised here. I grew up in Valley High. I have a lot of passion for this community, and I have a lot of passion for our program. I think there is really some amazing opportunities, but there's also some challenges that go along with it and getting access to it. I think we can overcome them, and I'm just excited to be a part of this conversation today.
Thank you, Matt. And we are going to round it out with Alex Ariza.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I am Alex Ariza, the manager of commercial delivery.
I basically oversee a variety of commercial programs for SMUD, Sacramento Municipal Utility District, really in all of the great work that we've been talking about, everything in a clean environment. My group oversees energy efficiency programs, electric vehicle programs, demand response, green pricing program. Again, really all of the great work that we've been talking about. My team specifically provides all of these great programs to our commercial businesses, both small and medium, as well as key and large accounts. So we're talking to the Subways, and we're also talking to the big Kaisers and the big Sutters. Specifically with the work that I do, we identify ways to be able to provide an approach that is custom to the segment. We want to go in, we want to provide these services to these customers in a way that makes sense for them. In one of the earlier conversations, there was a discussion about how can we help our small businesses. Well, the way that we at SMUD specifically provide services to them is by ensuring that the programs that we deliver, speak to them in their language, provide the services in a way that it's easy for them to participate, and be able to provide rich incentives to be able to really help them transform their businesses. I've been with SMUD for about seven or 8 years, and I'm really happy to be a part of this conversation.
Alex, thank you. We're happy to have you as part of this conversation. Now, this is our panel of conversation starters. It's really just to get us going. What we're going to do though first, because I think this is prime the pump for a lot of us. Adrian, you're going to launch us with our first poll. So we want to hear everyone's opinion on that. Go ahead and kick us into that.
Yeah, so we're going to use a little tool called Mentimeter today. Some of you may have used this, some perhaps not. What you'll want to do is via your browser or your cell phone, you'll want to go to menti.com, MENTI.com, and then type in that code at the top, 6398-0751, and you'll be able to answer this question. Then we'll be able to see your entries on screen. And Casey, you want to read the question that folks are going to be asking today?
Sure thing. Our question today, what are the biggest opportunities for equity in the built environment? Please share. What are the biggest opportunities for equity in the built environment? And as you're putting those answers in, I want to make sure that you've got chances to do that. I want to also turn to some of our panelists here to see if they have some responses to that as we're going. Look at this, homeownership, access to other land uses. Excellent. Yes.
Well, Casey, as long as people are coming in, I would just mention, what we talked about, Samina Gant mentioned earlier, is really environmental justice. And some of these topics are really just resonating. Of course, the work that Valley Vision does, and, SACOG and SAC-QMD all around providing healthier air for our underserved communities.
Thank you, Kendra. Any of our other folks here on the panels? Look, okay, we've got a bunch of stuff coming in, and you can provide your opinions on this, or you can provide some commentary if any of these answers are spurring anything for you. Environmental justice is very prominently displayed in our responses to this question. Clearly, it's resonating.
Yeah, I just wanted to add the reducing the housing burden for those that are living with lower incomes or are working lower paid jobs.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. And then given what we have been talking about today as well, with equitable jobs, with a pipeline of jobs, when you think about the built environment and the jobs that could be available to help create that built environment, what are some things that come to mind? What are the opportunities there?
Casey, if I can chime in here, I'm going to say that the greatest real opportunity is that this is real, right? This is something that's coming. It's coming fast. We're all ready for it, and we're all excited for it. Specifically with SMUD, we're in the cusp of adopting our 2030 net zero carbon plan, which is going to be a significant investment to our community and to our customers to bring change to the environment in a very positive way. And so this represents a significant investment, specifically for SMUD, it's in the billions over the next 10 years. And we know that the state is also on the same page and in the cities, just like Jennifer mentioned with the climate action plan. And so all of this great investment is coming and it's very real. I wanted to take a time to remember me getting out of college for those of you that are young and sort of thinking about their career opportunities. When I graduated from college, the housing collapse was in at the beginning stages, and the economy was in a similar state as it is now, and green jobs really took off then. I believe that we're in the second phase of that in a much greater and an exponential way. And so my biggest opportunity again is the fact that it's real, that it's coming, and that we all need to be ready for it.
Thank you, Alex. That is true. It seems that we have a lot of alignment in state programs, federal programs, and there is some opportunity to be had there. I also thank you to Jesse for saying if anyone's having trouble accessing Menti, you can also throw your responses into the chat. And I did have someone, I see here, someone has responded, Shayas, community workforce agreements, focus more money on non-residential construction sector jobs. Yes, thank you for that as well. I actually have a question along those lines. So when we're thinking about the built environment, both now and even a few years into the future, and we're thinking about a lot of what communities are trying to do, which is to bring investment into existing communities, so new buildings and new construction there. What are some skills that you think, some jobs that you think we need to be proactively trying to build a pipeline for these new revitalized communities? Does anyone from our panel want to jump in? Does anyone want to respond in the chat? Go for it.
I can speak to quite a bit of this actually. We heard earlier today that the city of Sacramento is going to go to massive electrification initiative, right? And naturally that's going to create a demand for electricians. We see tremendous demand on our horizon. In fact, we have an estimated need for 5,000 new electricians in our local industry. What's interesting about this is, if you had asked me when I started my career, I would not have associated being an electrical construction worker with being a green economy worker, but that's really changed. It's flipped. There's been a lot of new technology that's been coming up. There's some technology that's been around forever, like solar, but we have emerging technologies now, like that some people have heard of and some people haven't, like demand response and energy storage, and the plans for a very robust electric vehicle infrastructure really kind of strengthen the position of electricians in this green economy. So we're excited about it. We're prepared for it. We've been training for it for a long time. And yeah, I'm going to pause there. There's more that we can talk about with the challenges, but I'll stay positive for now.
Thanks, Matt. And I saw a hand raised. Rick. Yes, I see you, Rick Larkin.
Hi, Rick Larkin, North State Building Industry Foundation. The real question has to do with the existing capacity, and on the trades, whether it's electricians or plumbers or whatever, we're short now. So I think the real challenge is trying to convince people that going into the trades is a positive career choice, and that there's a good career for being involved in that. As for the ongoing demand for particular trades to respond to this net zero effort, it really depends on the resource allocations and the timing of the resource allocations that is going to really generate the demand for the new work. So the real question is, how can we set up systems that not only increase the number of people who are trained in the trades, but also connected to that demand, so that we've got a really good relationship between folks who need to do the work, as opposed to creating, which we did the first time around when we went through Obama and ARA. We trained a bunch of people for jobs that didn't ever materialize. So I think we want to try to avoid that and make sure that, you know, we've got people ready to go to work and jobs there to put them to work.
Thank you, Rick. That is a very excellent point. I'm going to move now actually to Kendra, who also has her hand raised on this, and then a heads up to folks. We got a 20-minute notice. So after Kendra, we will go to one more poll to shift our conversation towards some other solutions. Go ahead, Kendra.
Thank you, Casey. It was really piggybacking off of what Rick said. I think we talked about it earlier, and I definitely know that the youth who presented earlier had really mentioned that their exposure early on was really critical in getting them sort of teed up for these opportunities that they have. And so, you know, investments in career technical education, not just in high school, but in middle school, in elementary school, letting them know these are the types of careers we have, and this is where you can start. That's the, you know, investments in STEM programs, and not just for, you know, going into architecture and, you know, architecture and engineering for the built environment to fill in some of those jobs. And then we have the construction jobs, of course, for our built environment, but also STEM programs that are accessible to low income and, you know, children of color as well are going to be a critical piece, I think, to that.
Thank you. And we are starting to transition to that next topic, which is solutions. So Adrian, go ahead and put our next poll question up for everyone. All right, so we started to get towards that with the last couple of comments. Please list inclusive solutions and diverse suggestions. So, you know, we are going to try to be capturing all this to report out to the full group when we are done with this breakout. So we're really looking forward to your responses. Adrian or Jesse, could you also put the code into the chat for folks?
Yeah, it should be the same code as with the last one. I'll repost that.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
And as folks are providing their responses, if Kendra or Rebecca or Matt or Alex, you want to tee off with some thoughts on this, now is a great time.
Sure, I can. I'll just be honest with you all. We've seen a significant change connecting with African American communities. You know, we as a program and as an industry, commitments there and publicly made commitments to improving our diversification. And one of the things that we've experienced is just a very low percentage of applicants that come from these communities specifically. The next step that we would encounter is any applicants coming to us need to go through our standardized industry aptitude test. And this is probably the biggest barrier for entry for anybody into our program. I think that there's a lot of people that miss the importance of secondary education, even to the skilled trades. I get a sense from a lot of the educators and the career development professionals that the skilled trades are a solution for everyone else that doesn't go to college. And that's true, and I can speak to it firsthand. The possibilities are there. But there's also a need to make sure that we don't leave behind algebra skills and reading skills and soft skills and things of this nature. Our aptitude test it's pretty clunky on the algebra, and I could show all of you our curriculum track and show you exactly why that is. But you know, if there is a singular solution that I can point my finger at to create access to our program, it would be a very comprehensive pre-trade training program that not only introduces folks to, you know, basic trades concepts, because those are out there, but also wraps in these components of filling in the gaps of secondary education.
Thank you, Matt. And I'm seeing some of that here. You know, there's responses here that are looking for equal access to trades and proactively promoting diversity. And you are talking about some gaps that we see. And so one of the questions is, where would we put something like that pre-trade training program? How do we build those stepping stones from earlier in someone's educational career to be able to get there?
Well, I got to tell you that when this is all over, I'm going to be making contact with Simeon Grant over at Green Tech, because I really like the sound of what he's doing. I'm very happy to have been a part of this today.
I love it. I love it, because that is a connection that needs to happen. And we had the opportunity of having that happen here. Great. Thank you. Others?
Yeah, there's a very robust network of construction training programs from middle school all the way through post-secondary in the region. And I mean, you can go to our website. We have a document that lists all the post-secondary programs. There's probably 25 high schools in the region who are doing some type of construction training. And so, you know, what's really needed is an increased support for those existing programs and expanding on that network of folks who are providing the training.
Thank you, Rick. And then I've got a little cue going here. Susan Wheeler, you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Rebecca Casey. Oh, I think you're on mute, Susan.
There we are. Sorry. In terms of what both Matt and Kendra needing to make schools, so connecting what you're learning with a career, whether you like what you're doing or not, teaching doesn't help students make that is to the classroom early, make that connection and create that relevance. So whether it's in school, even in kindergarten, to what they don't see.
To all educators, here. Thank you. Next, followed by.
Thanks. Yeah, are super important, especially technology. That industry is just rapidly. A lot of opportunity there. So our vision is of but a clean economy that benefits everyone, and more than that, that has economic and environmental justice communities like leading to goals. And so just programs that are focused on the industry important. Some of what we've been talking about. So in terms of equity, solutions. So what, I know that it looks like, but really at the core of it is a focus on equity, which requires something different than what we've been doing before. I don't want to go into what equity means, but it basically means that you need to do something different than we've been doing before. And I wanted to just elevate a piece of our installation basics training program. So GRID we have, we're a nonprofit, but we're also a licensed solar, electrical, and general contractor in the state of California. And we also have, core to our work is really providing access to solar storage and electric vehicle technologies, in particular for income qualified households and environmental justice communities. But one of the things I wanted to elevate about our training program is that we've kind of Like we've done away with our traditional job fair for our graduates, and we've replaced it with a culminating showcase. And I wanted to share that because we're talking about what can we do to make it more equitable. The showcase has really shifted the power dynamic. So instead of, you know, new entrants to the industry going to a job fair and soliciting employers with their resumes, the employers come see applicants demonstrating their skills in an environment they're comfortable with and are able to engage in like an equal dialogue, a dialogue amongst equal. And it's just different than what you find in the traditional interview setting. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there, that in addition to access and under, you know, education, so you have access to the job, you have an understanding of what the job is, you can't really get equity without addressing the traditional power dynamic and how that doesn't serve community members that have been previously disenfranchised for whatever biases that are already, you know, endemic in hiring processes that we've all been successful in navigating.
That's an excellent example, Rebecca. Thank you for sharing that, and a great solution in response to our prompt for everyone. I think we have next Alex, if you want to build on this.
Yeah. Thanks, Casey. So I wanted to sort of start with a little bit of an answer to the last question as to, you know, how we're going to get there. And I think the point that I want to make, it sort of ties in with what Rebecca said and what others are saying, and that is to make it real, right? Matt talked about not being able to in the diversity that he's looking for. And I think part of the challenge is the fact that it doesn't yet feel real. We need to demonstrate that this is not a fad. This is not something that's going to go away, you know, in a couple of years. We need to make sure that folks understand that this is decades in the making, that these opportunities are going to exist, and these opportunities are going to exist that are going to make careers out of folks. And so we need to make sure that we define what these jobs are. Green job can mean a variety of things. So we need to make sure that we're very clear about specifically what does a green job entail. It is an electrician. It is folks that know how to do energy management systems. It is folks that can do electric vehicles. And so we need to make sure that we define them. And then lastly, we need to be super proactive about diversity recruitment. I think Rebecca said it, we can't do what was done before. We need to make sure that we're proactive on what we're doing and really deliberate. Start young, find ways to be mentors to folks. And then also think about the folks like Sonia, who was on the call earlier. She's starting a business. She wants to start a sustainable business, and she's having these challenges. So we need to make sure that as we're thinking about the future labor force, we're also thinking about those folks that want to start their own business.
Yes, excellent point. I remember even listening to Sonia's story and thinking about how those of us in government who, develop codes and regulations and policies cannot take for granted that those work, but have to constantly be looking at them. And are they helping us to get to our collective goals? Thank you. Let's see, I'm checking to see now if we have any other raised hands here. We've got some great conversation happening in the chat. I also, through you who, some folks have been putting in resources and links. Thank you for doing that. Please continue to do that. And Adrian is scrolling through, or we've got a bunch of different solutions that are in here. Thank you all for this. I'm looking for something that we have not yet touched on. There's so much, there's a lot of the same theme, which is very good here.
Casey, if it's okay, I'd just like to put out there for the group the idea of thought leadership in the industry. So we talk about equity and we talk about the pipeline, but like where are folks going? And I know we touched on that the earlier session with High Roads, employers like good jobs. But also in addition to that, the idea of thought leadership around fair chance employment and folks coming into the industries that have histories within the criminal justice system, and that impacts has a huge impact on the quality of life and succession in our communities, and it's just something that requires special attention really a culture shift, you know, in the solar industry, in the trades, but just in general in the communities, and some acceptance and understanding of, you know, the recidivism work, and then, you know, the disparity, you know, racial and economic income disparity that comes alongside, you know, penalties in the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Rebecca. I have a question then, sort of based on that, looking at all of the folks here. You know, there's a lot of a lot of solutions, or there's asks, right, of, okay, you know, we're looking for thought leadership, we're looking for those who are educating to be, you know, to stay relevant to what's happening outside of that. Who can you, I'm trying to look through everybody who is here, but do we have folks here who, when you hear that, you're saying, yes, I do that, I can do that? Any of the solutions here, I'm looking for, you know, who walking away from here is going to be doing something different. Maybe it's dramatically different, maybe it's just a little different after you have this conversation, because we just have about 10 minutes left, and I want to see if we can kind of crystallize some of the ideas that have come up.
Maybe I can hop in, and I am not a workforce expert, so just FYI. It's, you know, it seems like there's been a lot of the talk today has been about CBOs, right? Community-based organizations, as, you know, being in many cases grassroots implementers of a lot of these programs, and flexible funding keeps coming up from, you know, as sort of it is released to some of those more institutional entities, you know, and so it just seems like there's opportunities for a lot more partnerships between CBOs and you know, other agencies and groups. You know, again, just an observation from a non-workforce expert.
Thanks, Adrian.
Hi, this is Shreyas with the California Workforce Development Board, and just want to echo what's been said around, you know, increasing equity and thinking about the trades workers, trades occupations specifically, which are critical for sort of rebuilding, reconstructing our built environment for carbon neutrality. And just give a plug for one of our programs called High Road Construction Careers, which invest in training partnerships of labor, employers, workforce boards, community groups, et cetera, that are delivering multi-craft pre-apprenticeship. And I don't want to diminish the importance and significance of the electrical trades. At the same time, I think Matt made a great point that, you know, there's actually a high bar to getting into the electrical trades and apprenticeship overall. And so the reason we focus on multi-craft pre-apprenticeship is because we want to make sure people have the most opportunities as possible in pre-apprenticeship, and know that there's, you know, 24 different trades and crafts, and any number of them are going to be involved in different types of construction projects over their career that have an impact on sort of advancing carbon neutrality. And so, you know, there's a lot more I could say, but I'll just leave it at that, you know, happy to share more information about our program. We do have a training partnership in the Sacramento region that has been around for several years and is scaling up now with some new funding we're putting out. So there's a lot of opportunities to connect to that. And hopefully the ideal outcome is that folks get into registered apprenticeship after completing this program, although we track other kinds of outcomes, since not everybody's going to get into apprenticeship for various reasons. But it really, you know, the program really touches on a lot of things people have said about the importance of remedial math to get into the trades work, the role of supportive services to complement the curriculum and the training, since we're trying to serve folks who are who have many barriers to employment. They need much more than just a curriculum. So sorry, I'll leave it at that.
That's great. Thank you, Shreyas. And yes, please share that if you can in the chat, the information in that program. Thank you so much. Okay, we have 5 minutes left, I think. I want to do one quick lightning round across Kendra, Rebecca, Matt, and Alex. Parting thoughts as you have been listening to and participating in this conversation.
I can go ahead and start, Casey. So this is, again, a really exciting conversation. I'm glad to see so many folks be interested in this topic. What I would leave the group with is to really embrace the word collaborate and embrace the word partnership. You know, as I look at the work that I do, it can complement the work Rebecca does. It complements the work that others in this group, you know, have talked about. And we need to proactively reach out to each other. It's good to talk about it. It's good to set plans. It's good to have action plans, etc. But at the end of the road, we need to make sure that we're actually collaborating. So picking up the phone or sending out a quick email and identify how we can, you know, each work with each other. As I look at the work that's been discussed, you know, I'd like to have my program team go and talk about the great solutions that we have for businesses, the great opportunities that are going to exist for green jobs to some of these groups that, you know, have you know, presented here. And so we can go out and talk about this and bring folks into the conversation, the more successful that I think we're all going to be as a whole.
Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, I just wanted to put a plug in at the end for our installation basics training program, and just letting folks know that this year, you know, with you know, great thanks to SMUD and the state of California, we'll be focused on doing training for about 100 job seekers on solar installation basics through a combination of both online, hands-on lab, and in-field practicum. And folks can look us up on LinkedIn, etc., Facebook, or Twitter and Instagram, where we post our course registration, other opportunities. And these are stipended trainings. And it's not 2 to 4 weeks to 200 hours, depending on what people select. But yeah, a +1 on the partnerships, and I just wanted to shout out to SMUD, because without, you know, the partnerships with the local governments and the state governments, our work wouldn't be you know, possible at this scale. And other partners like Northern California Construction Training, Fathers and Family, Women's Empowerment, Rio Consumnes Correctional Facility. Like it's a rich field of groups, you know, and there's, you know, many more, but a rich field of groups that are working towards the similar ends. And I think opportunities like this, where we get to come together, in particular with equity and climate, like the actual impact of, you know, past polluting technologies, like at the table, it starts to, you know, bring us to more commonality, so we can streamline our efforts, and it's more clear where the work aligns versus where it diverges. So just wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to share some of what's core to near and dear to Grid's heart and my own, and why we're in this space. This is why we're in this space.
Well said. Thank you, Rebecca. All right, Matt, and then Kendra, you can close us out. So Matt, parting thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Real quick, I just want to back up what Shreyas was saying. We definitely do work with MC3 programs. And I've actually been in touch with a couple of our local programs to encourage them to ramp up their algebra training for our benefit. But they're a really good outfit. They're a really good statewide program. And I encourage you to tackle and tap into those if you're a stakeholder. In closing, I will just say that the demand for the jobs is here. We're seeing it. We're already seeing our growth curve escalate. We've gone from 200 to 400 apprentices in the last 2 years. So we've doubled the size of our program. The commitment to include folks who are least represented in our workforce is here. And it really is just a matter of connecting people to the possibilities and preparing them for the challenges. One more little thought that popped into my head while we were talking was women. I saw that in one of the word clouds that was flying by, was get more women in the trades. This is, it's a challenge for us, but we do get women applicants. It's retention on the back end that is interesting. I think a lot of young ladies come in and maybe they get scared off for one reason or another. We're doing better. But really, I think it's mentorship is important. And I wanted to throw out a plug for Tradeswomen Inc.
Wow, sorry, it's the last part of your comments there, Raphael.
Oh, it's okay.
We all
talking too much.
I thought we were going to get a 60-second warning there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sonia,
thank
sorry
you
we cut
very
you
much.
off. That was a
No
abrupt.
problem.
Yeah.
I
Are we
think
all back?
a number of folks had that going on
Yeah.
mid-sentence.
Yeah, it was a decisive bring back to the main room, but I know that we're condensed in our time frame. So so I am glad that we're all back, and I hope and welcome back. I hope everybody had a good discussion as abruptly as it was cut off during the breakout session. I know we did in Climate Smart Ag, and we're able to really get down to some of the heart of the issues and some of our best thinking around opportunities and solutions. So really appreciated the time to be able to do that. And we are in the last leg of our conversation here today. Really have appreciated having you all together. And in this condensed time period that we have, I'm not sure how much time we're going to have to report out, but I do want to assure you that we will be sharing the recordings and the materials from this event. You all will get those, as well as a feedback survey to give us your feedback about how the event went. And I know we certainly want to hear that from you. So with that, I am going to turn our event over to Dr. Alberto Ayala, as well as Councilmember Guerra and Dr. Charles Dorsey to wrap us up.
Thank you, Evan, and thanks everybody for sticking around. This has been a fascinating conversation, and you know, it almost makes me want to have more time for some of this, but being mindful of the time. I was asked by Evan to share some closing remarks, and maybe let me just hit on a few points. So I want to share with you all 5 brief observations, because one of the things that we're very interested to come out of this meeting is to make sure that we are very actionable. We don't want to just convene and then that's it. We want to be actionable. We want the outcomes to actually chart a path forward so that we can continue to work together. So let me offer real quick 5 quick reflections for you. First of all, let's think about who's here. 33% of us are public agency individuals. 6% of us represent the private sector. Yes, there's a lot of nonprofits who may represent the private sector, but I think one of the things that we need to think about is how do we engage the private sector, especially because if we're talking about creating jobs, they will likely have a role. So I want to leave you with that question. Another thing that I thought was really interesting is how do we think of ourselves and the power of coming together to actually go after bigger and loftier goals. 94% of us agree or strongly agree that we can benefit from working together. Yet only 43% of us, or actually 43% of us are either neutral or not optimistic that we as the Sacramento region are ready to go after the benefits of the clean economy. I think that's very telling, and I think it's a fair point that we need to mind ourselves in terms of, you know, how do we become that region that is ready to go big and to go after loftier goals so that we can achieve all of our collective goals that we talked about today. The third observation is clearly there's some great examples across the discussions today. And one thing that we need to challenge ourselves to figure out is how do we scale up, right? How do we go from 1 green tech to 100 green tech? How do we go from 1 CRP to 100 CRPs so that we can all achieve these goals, particularly when it comes to the pipelines of new, trained young people that can actually participate in the benefit of the climate economy. So that's the next observation. We heard about the role of the feds, the state, and the locals working together. But I would pose to you all that it's very elusive and abstract how we achieve that working together. How do we democratize all programs as Kip Lipper suggested to us? So that's a question that I think we all need to take to heart and try to figure out, how do we achieve that cohesive, being on the same page so that there is actually good coordination at the local, state, and federal level. We have to tell the state and the local and the feds what we need to achieve that, because I don't think they're gonna have, they got too many things to worry about, right? To focus on one region, such as the Sacramento region. And the final observation I'll leave you with is this. AB 32 was a Global Warming Solutions Act that somebody mentioned today in the meeting. that really set the stage on this path for on the climate agenda. AB 32 was adopted in 2006. That is 15 years ago. And I think we will all agree that we would like to see more out of that program that has been incredibly successful. So what I want to leave you with is a thought in terms of let's challenge ourselves to think about in the next 15 years, what would we like California and our region to be when it comes to the implementation of AB 32, the Climate Solutions Program. So thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Dr. Ayala. Councilmember Guerra, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I think one of those things that that we heard loud and clear, and particularly I got to jump into the mobility breakout room, is pulling all of our local talent together. And I think one of the things that Kip Lippard mentioned so much was that we have so much talent here in our region, between all of the folks who work at ARB, Energy Commission, and a lot of our community-based organizations, organizing at the ground level. There's so much talent for us to have a unified voice about changing the conversation and being active at the state legislature and with our federal partners to be pulling together those all those resources. Just a couple of days ago, I had a conversation, Sunday, I had a conversation with Congressman Ami Guerra after our event on the issue of race and equity and addressing hate. And his point was he wants to figure out how we can work better together. Most of us want to work better together. So I think that is, I think, the big call to action that we heard is that there are all of these tools, whether it's the city of Sacramento, SMUD, our county, our other workforce partners, bringing those together. And I'll end this by saying that Abe Francis, who was is a high school student who talked early on, lives off of Fruit Ridge and Stockton Boulevard, talked about how critical this issue is for them, because as we're planning 20 years, 10 years down the line, that's their future. So changing the attitude of the older adults, I would say, I think for us to really be mindful and reminding our peers, our neighbors, about what our future young people are saying, what they want for their future, I think is critical. So I'll stop there and say that there's a lot of that we're working on here, but we should be taking the next step of bringing all our agencies for action.
Listen, there's not much to say, but there are a lot of people to thank. We want to get our emojis ready. We want to get our reactions ready. We want to get all of our cameras ready, because we do. So before I give this last bit of feedback, we are taking pictures, ladies and gentlemen. So right when we're finished talking, we're going to get our gallery view and we're going to get everybody's face on camera. So if you could help us out there, please allow me to remind us of how much we covered today. We started off with networking and was done by a handsome gentleman who happens to be speaking. I'm kidding. We had a welcome with Evan Smith. We had our council member who closed us out, also opened us up with great conversation. We had a absolutely significant voice, a picture, a dream that was shared with us in our community perspective. And shouts out to the moderator, Councilmember Vane, but also every one of those members who I'd like to call by name. Sonia Montgomery, shouts out to you. Carlos Gomez, shouts out to you. Please help me thank them in the chat. Abe Francis, Ty Bradford, Terry Jackson, Bruseda, I'm getting that all wrong, Perez, and Angie Cha, and Leo. I think we may have missed him, but what a courageous group that showed us the meaning of hope and future and talent and innovation. We're just so energized by that group. We also got an opportunity in a reduced format to hear about where we are as it relates to climate justice and jobs. Simeon Grant shared with us how brilliant his programming was. And we heard from Jennifer Venema and Monica Hernandez and Jenny, who shocked us with some pictures of her. And, Ada and Renee and Roy, all of them, they took their major calls and put it into a short period of time. Then we were fortunate enough to hear from Kip and Lewis, which I thought was great because they were balancing in between demand. But we heard them share about some opportunities for growth. We took a short break, but then we came back and got into our groups where we helped to get some new definitions to climate smart agriculture, because many of us limit our understanding of that particular space to plants and fields, but there are so many other opportunities for advocacy and equity there. We also looked at the built environment, saw that we may have missed an opportunity to serve some small businesses. And most of us have weighed in on the mobility conversation because of all of the car conversation that we've been having. I promise you, we have put a whole lot into a little bit of time. And we want to thank every single person that showed up today, stayed at your computer, drank your coffee, shook yourself woke, so we could keep this conversation going. We guarantee you this will not be the end of the conversation, but the beginning. And so I say on behalf of everybody who had anything to do with it, thank you so much for giving us your time. If you have not put your contact information in that chat, now is the time. If you have a raffle that you were supposed to get, you're supposed to let us know. But outside of that, on behalf of the planning committee, we hope you've enjoyed this. Evan, you were amazing. Can we please shout out Valley Vision? They have put on and planned a tremendous program for us on today. And so we certainly won't forget it. You might hear the next generation screaming out in my background. That's because I had to put her down so I could come and say goodbye to you guys. But thank you for the opportunity to serve with you in this moment. I'll pass it back to our final member who is excited to let us know where the raffles remain. But please join our listserv so we can stay in touch. And to the community, we coming back to make sure that we create a space to hear from you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you so much to all of our wrap-up speakers. And Dr. Dorsey, it's been great working with you. We thank you so much for all the support you provided for this event. I think there's two remaining things. One is the raffle, so I'm going to turn it over to Renee. And the last thing is the photo. So I think we want to take it off Spotlight and make sure that we're able to get some photos of everybody who's on the event. So Renee, do we have a raffle to do?
We do. I think this time I have made sure that these individuals are present, but I could be incorrect. We'll try. So we have a $50 gift card to Momo's Market donated by Councilmember Guerra's office, and this will go to Brisea Perez, if Brisea is still on the line. And we have a $50 gift card to South Restaurant donated by Monica Hernandez from SACOG, and that will go to Adelita Serena. We have an $80 restaurant gift card to the Last Supper Society donated by Simeon Gant, and that will go to Otto Beck. We have a $50 gift card to Thai Basil, and that will go to Kaylin Woodward. We have a $50 gift card to Maydoon Persian Restaurant, and that will go to Shri, I'm going to try Shri Sitharuntanam. I'm sorry. And then we have a $50 gift card to Oak Park Brewing Company. That will go to Abigail Jacob. And a $50 gift card to Queen of Sheba, Ethiopian, and that will go to Jamie Cutlip. So thank you for hanging in there with us for all of the event. We will be contacting you through email to get your gift certificates to you.
Yay, thank you for doing that, Renee, and thank you to all those who donated. What a wonderful set of prizes, and I hope that people really enjoy those. Okay, so should we move into our photo, move into doing a photo, which means we have to get Renee off Spotlight and get to gallery view. Although Renee, it'd be lovely to get a nice picture view as well.
Just hit in the top right, hit view, then gallery view, and it should be off.
Oh, got it, okay. And who's taking our pictures? Caitlin, okay, I see Caitlin raising her hand. All right, so while she's doing that, are you gonna give us a 1, 2, 3 smile?
Please, please.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we should do a professional one and then a silly one to really, wrap up the experience today.
You have to do multiple pages?
Right, that's right.
Yeah, actually, okay. Yes. So just if you could hold your smiles for 10 seconds. Okay.
Tell us when.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. And let's do 1, 2, 3. And my third page, folks, let's do 1, 2, 3. Awesome, awesome, lovely to see your smiles. Thank you so much.
Do we want to do a silly one, or we're done?
Yeah, let's do one silly one. If you can hold a silly pose for
excited, silly or excited.
All right, let's do silly in. Let's do 3, 2, 1. And all right. Hold on, something popped up on my computer. Let me mitigate this problem really quick. All right. And then we go silly in 3, 2, 1. And silly in 3, 2, 1. All right, there we go.
I hope we didn't ruin any careers today with those photos.
Okay, we truly thank you all. This has been a wonderful day, really inspiring, and can't wait to continue to work with you all to move to action on everything that we've identified and to do it together. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thanks, folks.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
Bye, Councilmember. Bye.
Yeah, it was a decisive bring back to the main room, but I know that we're condensed in our time frame. So so I am glad that we're all back, and I hope and welcome back. I hope everybody had a good discussion as abruptly as it was cut off during the breakout session. I know we did in Climate Smart Ag, and we're able to really get down to some of the heart of the issues and some of our best thinking around opportunities and solutions. So really appreciated the time to be able to do that. And we are in the last leg of our conversation here today. Really have appreciated having you all together. And in this condensed time period that we have, I'm not sure how much time we're going to have to report out, but I do want to assure you that we will be sharing the recordings and the materials from this event. You all will get those, as well as a feedback survey to give us your feedback about how the event went. And I know we certainly want to hear that from you. So with that, I am going to turn our event over to Dr. Alberto Ayala, as well as Councilmember Guerra and Dr. Charles Dorsey to wrap us up.
Thank you, Evan, and thanks everybody for sticking around. This has been a fascinating conversation, and you know, it almost makes me want to have more time for some of this, but being mindful of the time. I was asked by Evan to share some closing remarks, and maybe let me just hit on a few points. So I want to share with you all 5 brief observations, because one of the things that we're very interested to come out of this meeting is to make sure that we are very actionable. We don't want to just convene and then that's it. We want to be actionable. We want the outcomes to actually chart a path forward so that we can continue to work together. So let me offer real quick 5 quick reflections for you. First of all, let's think about who's here. 33% of us are public agency individuals. 6% of us represent the private sector. Yes, there's a lot of nonprofits who may represent the private sector, but I think one of the things that we need to think about is how do we engage the private sector, especially because if we're talking about creating jobs, they will likely have a role. So I want to leave you with that question. Another thing that I thought was really interesting is how do we think of ourselves and the power of coming together to actually go after bigger and loftier goals. 94% of us agree or strongly agree that we can benefit from working together. Yet only 43% of us, or actually 43% of us are either neutral or not optimistic that we as the Sacramento region are ready to go after the benefits of the clean economy. I think that's very telling, and I think it's a fair point that we need to mind ourselves in terms of, you know, how do we become that region that is ready to go big and to go after loftier goals so that we can achieve all of our collective goals that we talked about today. The third observation is clearly there's some great examples across the discussions today And one thing that we need to challenge ourselves to figure out is how do we scale up, right? How do we go from 1 green tech to 100 green tech? How do we go from 1 CRP to 100 CRPs so that we can all achieve these goals, particularly when it comes to the pipelines of new, trained young people that can actually participate in the benefit of the climate economy. So that's the next observation. We heard about the role of the feds, the state, and the locals working together. But I would pose to you all that it's very elusive and abstract how we achieve that working together. How do we democratize all programs as Kip Lipper suggested to us? So that's a question that I think we all need to take to heart and try to figure out, how do we achieve that cohesive, being on the same page so that there is actually good coordination at the local, state, and federal level. We have to tell the state and the local and the feds what we need to achieve that, because I don't think they're gonna have, they got too many things to worry about, right? To focus on one region, such as the Sacramento region. And the final observation I'll leave you with is this. AB 32 was a Global Warming Solutions Act that somebody mentioned today in the meeting that really set the stage on this path for on the climate agenda. AB 32 was adopted in 2006. That is 15 years ago. And I think we will all agree that we would like to see more out of that program that has been incredibly successful. So what I want to leave you with is a thought in terms of let's challenge ourselves to think about in the next 15 years, what would we like California and our region to be when it comes to the implementation of AB 32, the Climate Solutions Program. So thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Dr. Ayala. Councilmember Guerra, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I think one of those things that that we heard loud and clear, and particularly I got to jump into the mobility breakout room, is pulling all of our local talent together. And I think one of the things that Kip Lippard mentioned so much was that we have so much talent here in our region between all of the folks who work at ARB, Energy Commission, and a lot of our community-based organizations, organizing at the ground level. There's so much talent for us to have a unified voice about changing the conversation and being active at the state legislature and with our federal partners to be pulling together those all those resources. Just a couple days ago, I had a conversation. Sunday, I had a conversation with Congressman Ami Guerra after our event on the issue of race and equity and addressing hate. And his point was he wants to figure out how we can work better together. Most of us want to work better together. So I think that is, I think, the big call to action that we heard is that there are all of these tools, whether it's the city of Sacramento, SMUD, our county, our other workforce partners, bringing those together. And I'll end this by saying that Abe Francis, who was is a high school student who talked early on, lives off of Fruit Ridge and Stockton Boulevard, talked about how critical this issue is for them, because as we're planning 20 years, 10 years down the line, that's their future. So changing the attitude of the older adults, I would say, I think for us to really be mindful and reminding our peers, our neighbors, about what our future young people are saying, what they want for their future, I think is critical. So I'll stop there and say that there's a lot of that we're working on here, but we should be taking the next step of bringing all our agencies for action.
Listen, there is not much to say, but there are a lot of people to thank. We want to get our emojis ready. We want to get our reactions ready. We want to get all of our cameras ready, because we do. So before I give this last bit of feedback, we are taking pictures, ladies and gentlemen. So right when we're finished talking, we're going to get our gallery view and we're going to get everybody's face on camera. So if you could help us out there, and please allow me to remind us of how much we covered today. We started off with networking and was done by a handsome gentleman who happens to be speaking. I'm kidding. We had a welcome with Evan Smith. We had our council member who closed us out, also opened us up with great conversation. we had a absolutely significant voice, a picture, a dream that was shared with us in our community perspective. And shouts out to the moderator, Councilmember Vane, but also every one of those members who I'd like to call by name. Sonia Montgomery, shouts out to you. Carlos Gomez, shouts out to you. Please help me thank them in the chat. Abe Francis, Ty Bradford, Terry Jackson, Briseida, I'm getting that all wrong, Perez, and Angie Cha, and Leo. I think we may have missed him, but what a courageous group that showed us the meaning of hope and future and talent and innovation. We're just so energized by that group. We also got an opportunity in a reduced format to hear about where we are as it relates to climate justice and jobs. Simeon Grant shared with us how brilliant his programming was. And we heard from Jennifer Venema and Monica Hernandez and Jenny, who shocked us with some pictures of her. And, you know, Ada and Renee and Roy, all of them, they took their major calls and put it into a short period of time. Then we were fortunate enough to hear from Kip and Lewis, which I thought was great because they were balancing in between demand. But we heard them share about some opportunities for growth. We took a short break, but then we came back and got into our groups where we helped to get some new definitions to climate smart agriculture, because many of us limit our understanding of that particular space to plants and fields, but there are so many other opportunities for advocacy and equity there. We also looked at the built environment, saw that we may have missed an opportunity to serve some small businesses. And most of us have weighed in on the mobility conversation because of all of the car conversation that we've been having. I promise you, we have put a whole lot into a little bit of time. And we want to thank every single person that showed up today, stayed at your computer, drank your coffee, shook yourself woke, so we could keep this conversation going. We guarantee you this will not be the end of the conversation, but the beginning. And so I say on behalf of everybody who had anything to do with it, thank you so much for giving us your time. If you have not put your contact information in that chat, now is the time. If you have a raffle that you were supposed to get, you're supposed to let us know. But outside of that, on behalf of the planning committee, we hope you've enjoyed this. Evan, you were amazing. Can we please shout out Valley Vision? They have put on and planned a tremendous program for us on today. And so we certainly won't forget it. You might hear the next generation screaming out in my background. That's because I had to put her down so I could come and say goodbye to you guys. But thank you for the opportunity to serve with you in this moment. I'll pass it back to our final member who is excited to let us know where the raffles remain. But please join our listserv so we can stay in touch. And to the community, we coming back to make sure that we create a space to hear from you. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you so much to all of our wrap-up speakers. And Dr. Dorsey, it's been great working with you. We thank you so much for all the support you provided for this event. I think there's two remaining things. One is the raffle, so I'm going to turn it over to Renee. And the last thing is the photo. So I think we want to take it off Spotlight and make sure that we're able to get some photos of everybody who's on the event. So Renee, do we have a raffle to do?
We do. I think this time I have made sure that these individuals are present, but I could be incorrect. We'll try. So we have a $50 gift card to Momo's Market donated by Councilmember Guerra's office, and this will go to Briseida Perez, if Briseida is still on the line. And we have a $50 gift card to South Restaurant donated by Monica Hernandez from SACOG, and that will go to Adelita Serena. We have an $80 restaurant gift card to the Last Supper Society donated by Simeon Gant, and that will go to Otto Beck. We have a $50 gift card to Ty Basil, and that will go to Kaylin Woodward. We have a $50 gift card to Maydoon Persian Restaurant, and that will go to Shri, I'm going to try Shri Sitharuntanam. I'm sorry. And then we have a $50 gift card to Oak Park Brewing Company. That will go to Abigail Jacob. and a $50 gift card to Queen of Sheba, Ethiopian, and that will go to Jamie Cutlip. So thank you for hanging in there with us for all of the event. We will be contacting you through email to get your gift certificates to you.
Yay, thank you for doing that, Renee, and thank you to all those who donated. What a wonderful set of prizes, and I hope that people really enjoy those. Okay, so should we move into our photo, move into doing a photo, which means we have to get Renee off spotlight and get to gallery view. Although Renee, it'd be lovely to get a nice picture view as well.
Just hit in the top right, hit view, then gallery view, and it should be off.
Oh, got it. Okay. And who's taking our pictures? Caitlin. Okay, I see Caitlin raising her hand. All right. So while she's doing that, are you going to give us a 1, 2, 3 smile?
Please, please.
Yeah, and I'm thinking we should do a professional one and then a silly one to really, wrap up the experience today.
You have to do multiple pages?
Right, that's right.
Yeah, actually, okay. Yes. So just if you could hold your smiles for 10 seconds. Okay.
That's fine.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. And let's do 1, 2, 3. And my third page, folks, let's do 1, 2, 3. Awesome, awesome. Lovely to see your smiles. Thank you so much.
Do we want to do a silly one or we're done?
Yeah, let's do one silly one. If you can hold a silly pose for
excited, silly or excited.
All right, let's do silly in. Let's do 3, 2, 1. And all right. Hold on, something popped up on my computer. Let me mitigate this problem really quick. All right. And then we go silly in 3, 2, 1. And silly in 3, 2, 1. All right, there we go.
I hope we didn't ruin any careers today with those photos.
Okay, we truly thank you all. This has been a wonderful day, really inspiring, and can't wait to continue to work with you all to move to action on everything that we've identified and to do it together. So thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thanks, folks.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Have a good one.